Hello everyone and welcome to Wormwood Tales. Relax and enjoy the story for sleep video. Before you drift off, I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Let's begin. It's a chilly autumn night, and Lily, a young woman in her 20s, shivers slightly as she stands alone under the dim glow of a flickering street lamp at a deserted bus stop. The air is heavy with the damp scent of fallen leaves, and a thin mist clings to the ground, swirling around her feet like ghostly tendrils. She glances up and down the road, watching as distant headlights flash occasionally on the horizon, only to disappear as quickly as they came. She checks her phone, sighing as she sees the time. It's past midnight, and the last bus home left over half an hour ago. She wraps her coat tighter around herself, feeling a creeping unease settling in. The silence around her is unnerving, broken only by the soft rustling of leaves overhead and the occasional hum of distant traffic. With each passing minute, the emptiness of the street grows more oppressive, and Lily feels a flicker of anxiety. She debates whether she should try to walk home, knowing it's several miles away, or call a friend, though most of them are likely asleep by now. The minutes stretch on, and just as she's about to give up and start walking, she hears the low rumble of an engine approaching. A pair of headlights emerge from the mist, illuminating the darkened street, casting elongated shadows around her. Lily's heart skips a beat as a car pulls up slowly to the curb. The car is old, its dark blue paint scratched and worn in places, and it rattles slightly as it idles. The passenger window rolls down, and an older woman leans over from the driver's seat. She's smiling warmly, her face framed by silver-streaked hair tucked neatly beneath a knit hat. Her eyes, though slightly shadowed, seem kind and reassuring. "You look a little lost, dear," the woman says, her voice soft and motherly, cutting through the eerie quiet of the night. "Need a ride somewhere?" Lily hesitates, the rational part of her mind urging her to decline, to find another way home. But as she looks into the woman's warm, friendly face, a wave of relief washes over her. She's been standing here for what feels like an eternity, and the thought of a warm car and a quick ride home is too tempting to resist. "Oh, thank you," Lily replies, her voice slightly shaky but grateful. "I missed the last bus, and I live a bit far from here." The woman nods, her smile never faltering. "Hop in, sweetheart. I'll get you home safe." Lily's sense of caution flickers briefly, a small voice in her mind warning her that this is a stranger after all. But the woman's demeanor is so gentle, so comforting, that it quickly quells her nerves. She opens the passenger door and slips into the seat, feeling the warmth of the car's interior envelope her. As she fastens her seat belt, she glances around the car. The interior is dimly lit, and there's an odd, musty scent hanging in the air, faint but noticeable, like damp fabric or old leather. She brushes it off, focusing instead on the gentle rumble of the engine and the soft hum of the radio, which plays an old, crackling tune she doesn't recognize. "Thank you so much," Lily says again, giving the woman a grateful smile. The woman simply nods, her eyes fixed on the road ahead as she pulls the car back into motion, gliding silently down the mist-shrouded street. As they drive, a faint prickle of unease touches the back of Lily's mind. But she pushes it aside, chalking it up to the strange, quiet darkness outside and the lingering chill in the air. After all, she tells herself, this woman is just being kind. What harm could come from one late-night ride home? The car moves slowly at first, gliding down the empty, mist-covered streets. Lily watches as familiar landmarks blur past in the dim glow of passing streetlights, her earlier relief beginning to fade as silence fills the car. She glances over at the woman, who's gripping the steering wheel a bit too tightly, her eyes focused intensely on the road ahead. To break the awkward quiet, Lily decides to make some small talk. "Thank you again, I wasn't sure what I was going to do," she says, her voice light, trying to ease her own nerves as much as fill the silence. The woman glances at her with a small smile that doesn't quite reach her eyes. "Oh, it's no trouble, dear. I don't mind helping someone in need, especially on a night like this." Her words hang in the air, oddly heavy, and she quickly turns her attention back to the road, her gaze sharpening. Lily shifts in her seat, a tinge of unease creeping up her spine. She tries to focus on the landscape passing by, but the car's interior begins to feel off. There's something strange about it, something she can't quite put her finger on. She takes a deeper breath, and the faint musty odor from earlier seems stronger now, more distinct. It's not just dampness, it's tinged with a metallic tang that she almost recognizes but can't quite place. She leans back, her fingers grazing the seat beside her, and feels something rough beneath her fingertips. Glancing down, she notices dark, irregular stains on the fabric, barely visible in the dim light. Her stomach twists slightly as she quickly pulls her hand away. Old stains, probably just coffee or soda, she tells herself, though the uneasy feeling lingers. "So, where are you headed tonight?" Lily asks, hoping to fill the silence again and distract herself. The woman's gaze doesn't waver from the road. "I'm just passing through." Her answer is vague, her tone clipped, and she doesn't elaborate. Lily feels a prickle of discomfort. She tells herself she's just being paranoid, that it's late and she's tired. But as she peers into the dark back seat, a chill races through her. She hadn't looked back there when she got in, but now that she does, she realizes it's almost entirely in shadow, with only faint outlines visible. She squints, her eyes adjusting, and the shapes become clearer: the outline of a coat hanging from the seat, a duffel bag on the floor. But there's something else, something that looks like a person slumped in the back corner. Lily blinks, her heart quickening as she strains to make out the figure. It's so still, so silent, that it almost seems like a trick of the light. But the longer she looks, the more certain she becomes that it's a person. She catches the faint outline of a head tilted down, shadowed completely in darkness. She swallows hard, her voice catching slightly. Is someone else back there?" The woman doesn't look over, but Lily feels a tension settle into her posture, a slight tightening in her jaw as she responds. "Oh, don't worry about him. He's quiet." She lets out a soft, almost humorless laugh, as if she's made a private joke. Lily's pulse races. She forces herself to stay calm, rationalizing that maybe it's just another passenger who fell asleep, or even a mannequin or old clothes, something innocuous. But the sense of dread grows, pressing down on her chest. The car speeds up slightly, and Lily glances out the window, watching as the familiar city streets begin to disappear, replaced by narrower, darker roads lined with dense trees and fog. She clears her throat, forcing herself to speak up despite the growing lump of fear in her throat. Could you actually just let me out here? I think I'd like to walk the rest of the way." The woman's eyes flick over to her, that strange smile returning, though her gaze holds an edge now, something colder. "Oh, nonsense," she replies smoothly. "I promised to get you home, didn't I? You're safer here with me than wandering around on your own." Lily's fingers twitch, instinctively reaching for the door handle. But when she pulls, it doesn't budge. The door is locked. A wave of panic rushes through her, but she fights to keep her voice steady. "I really don't mind walking," she insists, trying to keep her tone casual despite the tremor creeping in. But the woman just chuckles softly, shaking her head. "You young people, always so impatient. Don't worry, dear, we're almost there." Her words are calm, but they feel hollow, like she's simply going through the motions of a conversation. As the car continues down the increasingly remote road, Lily's gaze flickers to the back seat once more. This time, she's certain, the figure there hasn't moved at all, not even a slight shift or sound. It's too quiet. Too still. A horrible thought crosses her mind. What if that figure isn't asleep? What if? The woman's voice cuts through her spiraling thoughts, a touch sharper now. Just relax, dear. We'll be there soon. With every passing moment, the car seems to close in around her, the air thick with that unsettling smell, and the shadows in the back seat seem to press closer, silent and watchful. Lily swallows hard, her mind racing, desperately searching for a way out. Lily's heart pounds in her chest, each beat seeming louder than the soft hum of the engine. The street lights are sparse now, and as the car dips into a particularly dark stretch of road, she's engulfed in shadows. She can barely make out the landscape beyond the foggy windows, only flashes of dense trees and narrow, winding roads. Her eyes dart to the passenger door handle again. She gives it another tug, but it remains locked. The woman doesn't seem to notice, or maybe she does and just doesn't care. Lily forces a steady breath, her fingers itching toward her bag, where her phone lies buried. She tries to subtly reach for it, but the woman's voice snaps through the quiet. Looking for something. Lily's hand freezes mid-motion. The woman's tone has changed, her once warm voice carrying a strange edge that sends a chill down Lily's spine. She looks up, catching the woman's gaze through the rearview mirror. The woman's eyes are no longer kind or reassuring, they're sharp, cold, and gleaming with something she can't quite place, something almost predatory. And no, Lily stammers, pulling her hand back slowly. She forces a smile, hoping to mask her growing fear. Just wanted to check the time. The woman says nothing, but Lily catches a flash of a smile, one that looks anything but friendly. The silence stretches, heavy and oppressive, as the woman turns her focus back to the road. They're deep into the countryside now, with no lights, no signs, nothing but the dark forest pressing in from either side. The oppressive quiet only amplifies the strange, metallic smell in the car, making Lily's stomach twist. Desperate to break the tension, she ventures another question. So, do you live around here? The woman chuckles, a hollow sound. Oh, I'm a traveler, she replies vaguely. Always passing through, picking up company where I can. Helps the lonely nights go by. Lily tries to smile, but her lips feel stiff. That's nice. But I think I might have gone out of your way. Really, you can just drop me off anywhere. I don't mind walking. The woman's fingers tighten around the steering wheel, her knuckles whitening. Her voice drops to a low, almost murmuring tone. Oh, don't be silly. I promised to get you home, and I always keep my promises. Lily's eyes widen. The finality in the woman's words fills her with a creeping sense of dread. She can feel herself trembling now, the prickling unease building into genuine fear. She glances into the back seat again, hoping to convince herself that she's imagining things, that the figure she saw was nothing more than shadows playing tricks on her mind. But the figure is still there. Still slumped, still silent, still watching. She swallows hard, her mind racing with possibilities. She could try to unlock the door again, maybe throw herself out, but the woman's presence feels suffocating, as if she's ready to react to Lily's every move. And that scent, the metallic, almost coppery smell, it's stronger now, hanging thickly in the air. Trying to stay calm, Lily finally forces herself to ask, who's in the back seat? The woman's eyes flicker in the rearview mirror, her smile stretching wider, almost unnatural in the dim light. Oh, don't mind him, she says with a strange, lilting tone. He's quiet. He doesn't speak much these days, but I'm sure he doesn't mind the company. Lily's throat tightens. Her instincts scream at her to get out of the car, to do anything to escape, but she feels trapped, cornered. The woman's voice continues in a near whisper, almost to herself. It's rare to have guests who stay so still, so silent. I find it comforting. The words send a chill down Lily's spine. She watches as the woman's eyes drift back to the road, her smile fading, her face returning to that cold, vacant expression. Suddenly, the woman begins to hum a strange, lilting tune that makes Lily's skin crawl. It's soft, almost soothing, but there's something off about it, something that feels twisted, wrong. She doesn't recognize the melody, but it seems ancient, haunting, as if it's coming from somewhere far, far away. It fills the car, wrapping around her, each note sinking deeper into her bones. In a last, desperate attempt, Lily forces herself to sound calm, hoping to reason with the woman. Please, please, just let me out. I don't think I should be here. The woman's hum stops abruptly. For a moment, the only sound is the low rumble of the engine, and then click. The woman presses the button to unlock the doors. Lily's heart leaps with hope, her hand darting for the handle. But before she can pull it open, the woman's hand shoots out, gripping her arm with surprising strength. There's no need to be so hasty, the woman murmurs, her voice low and chilling. We're almost there. Lily's hand slips from the door handle as the woman's icy grip holds her firmly in place. She can feel the strength in those fingers, pressing into her skin, trapping her. A sick, creeping realization dawns on her: this woman isn't planning on letting her out. Not here, not anywhere. As they continue down the lonely road, Lily's gaze drifts once more to the figure in the back seat, barely visible in the shadows. She could swear the figure has shifted slightly, the head tilted just enough that its empty, hollow eyes now seem to be looking straight at her. The car winds deeper into the countryside, the trees lining the road growing thicker, forming a dark tunnel around them. Lily's breath quickens, her pulse pounding in her ears. The grip on her arm is unrelenting, the older woman's fingers cold and pressing into her skin like claws. Lily swallows hard, searching for any excuse to get her captor to stop. My friend lives just up the road, she lies, her voice shaking. She's expecting me. I really shouldn't be too late. The woman's lips curl into a slow, knowing smile. Oh, I'm sure your friend will understand. After all, it's not safe for a young woman to be out alone at this hour. Her gaze sharpens, eyes glinting in the rearview mirror. It's why I stopped for you. Lily feels a surge of dread. Her eyes dart back to the shadowed figure in the back seat. She squints, trying to make out any details, her mind racing with possibilities, each one more horrific than the last. But the figure doesn't move. It sits perfectly still, as if carved from stone, and yet she can't shake the feeling that it's somehow aware. Watching her. She fights the urge to panic, focusing instead on steadying her breathing, hoping to gather her wits. I'm not feeling well, she says, grasping at anything that might slow them down. Could you please pull over? The woman's eyes narrow, and her grip tightens, squeezing just enough to make Lily wince. Oh, nonsense. It's just the nerves talking. You'll feel better soon enough. Lily bites her lip, fighting back tears. She glances out the window, but there's nothing but endless trees and dark fields. No houses, no signs of life, just an eerie emptiness that seems to stretch on forever. She shifts her hand slightly, trying to reach her phone without drawing attention, but the woman's gaze flicks over, catching the movement. Looking for your phone, the woman asks in a voice as sweet as poisoned honey. Her free hand darts out, grabbing Lily's bag and tossing it into the back seat right beside the silent figure. Lily's stomach drops. She's trapped, with no way to call for help and no escape in sight. She feels the walls closing in, the sense of doom creeping into every corner of her mind. The woman's voice cuts through the silence. You know, she says, her tone eerily conversational, you're not the first to ride with me on this stretch of road. Her eyes gleam, a hint of satisfaction flickering across her face. People come and go, but so few really understand the journey. The words chill Lily to her core. She stares at the woman, her mind racing. She can't let herself think about what that might mean. She can't afford to give in to the terror. She needs to find a way out, and fast. Then, from the back seat, a soft, ragged sound pierces the silence. It's faint, but unmistakable, a rasping, wheezing breath. Lily's heart skips a beat as she realizes that the figure in the back isn't just a shadow or a trick of the light. It's a person. Alive, but barely. With renewed desperation, Lily tugs at the door handle, her fingers fumbling in a panic. The door won't budge, the lock holding firm. She glances at the window, her mind racing through her options. If she could break it, if she could just make some noise, maybe someone would hear her. But before she can act, the woman's voice drops to a near whisper, icy and calm. You know, my dear, it's better if you don't struggle. It only makes things harder. Lily's heart pounds, her eyes darting toward the passing trees. She can feel the woman's grip on her arm loosening slightly, just enough for her to shift her weight. Without hesitating, she pulls back and swings her elbow toward the woman, aiming for her ribs. The sudden move catches the woman off guard, and her grip slips just enough for Lily to lunge for the door handle again, throwing her entire weight against it. This time, the door bursts open, and she stumbles out, hitting the ground hard. Pain shoots through her leg as she scrambles to her feet, the taste of dirt and leaves on her tongue. She doesn't look back. She doesn't dare. Behind her, she hears the car's engine revving, headlights casting long, sinister shadows on the road ahead. The woman's voice calls out, cold and taunting. You can't outrun me, dear. Lily's heart races as she sprints into the woods, her breath coming in shallow, panicked gasps. Branches scrape her arms and face as she weaves through the trees, the crunch of leaves underfoot echoing her every step. The woman's footsteps follow close behind, unhurried but steady, like a predator stalking its prey. For what feels like an eternity, Lily runs, the darkness pressing in around her. The woman's footsteps draw closer, each one deliberate, purposeful, as if she knows exactly where Lily will end up. And then, just as Lily thinks her legs might give out, she stumbles upon a narrow dirt path, barely visible in the moonlight. A faint glimmer of hope flares within her. She follows the path, praying it leads somewhere, anywhere, as long as it's away from her pursuer. But as she rounds a bend, she skids to a halt, her heart sinking. There, parked in the middle of the path, is the woman's car, its headlights blazing like two watchful eyes in the night. The woman steps out, her figure silhouetted against the glare. Her smile is wide and terrible, her eyes gleaming with something dark, something insatiable. There's no escaping now, dear, she says, her voice dripping with malice. Lily takes a step back, feeling the crushing weight of despair settling over her. But in the back of her mind, a spark of defiance ignites. She's not going down without a fight. Summoning every ounce of courage, she picks up a jagged rock from the ground, clutching it tightly. Her hand trembles, but her grip is firm. The woman chuckles, a low, chilling sound. Oh, you're a spirited one, she murmurs, almost admiringly. But I've dealt with spirit before. Without warning, Lily lunges forward, the rock in her hand swinging down toward the woman. The woman's smile never falters. She sidesteps the attack with a grace that's almost inhuman, her movements smooth and effortless. But Lily doesn't stop. She swings again, her desperation fueling her strength. This time, she catches the woman off guard, the rock grazing her cheek and drawing a thin line of blood. The woman's expression darkens, her smile twisting into a snarl. You'll pay for that, she hisses, her voice dripping with fury. Lily's breaths come in ragged gasps as she steps back, watching the woman's face contort with rage. She knows she's only bought herself a moment, just a moment, but it's enough. With one final glance, she turns and bolts back into the woods, the woman's enraged screams echoing through the darkness. The trees close in around her, and she disappears into the shadows, her only thought to keep running, keep moving, until she's far, far away. As dawn breaks hours later, a lone hiker stumbles upon the road, finding Lily exhausted and bruised but alive, clutching her injured arm. Her eyes are wide, haunted, as she tries to explain the horror she endured. And when the authorities search the area, they find the car, abandoned, with only one thing inside, the silent figure in the back seat, slumped over, unmoving, its eyes wide open, staring into the void. The morning after. When the police arrive, Lily's hands are trembling, her voice barely a whisper as she recounts the nightmare she survived. She tells them about the strange older woman, her unnerving behavior, the locked doors, and the shadowed figure in the back seat. But her words are met with raised brows and concerned glances, her story sounding almost too horrific to be true. An officer places a gentle hand on her shoulder, guiding her to an ambulance parked nearby. "We'll look into it," he assures her, though his tone lacks conviction. Lily stares back at the wooded road, fear still shadowing her gaze as she's led away. Several officers make their way toward the abandoned car, cautiously peering through the windows. The morning light spills over the vehicle, illuminating the back seat and the figure slumped in the shadows. What they find sends a shiver through them all. The figure in the back seat is indeed a person, but there's something deeply disturbing about them. They're still, frozen in an unnatural position, their eyes open but glassy and vacant, as if locked in eternal terror. The officers exchange uneasy glances, realizing the figure isn't just silent, they're long dead. The smell that permeates the car is unmistakable now, a metallic scent of decay mingling with something fouler. As they inspect further, they notice faint markings on the figure's wrists and ankles, signs of restraints. Whoever this person was, they didn't get here willingly. One of the officers whispers under his breath, "What kind of person would drive around with a body like this?" They back away from the car, exchanging uneasy glances. If Lily's story is true, she narrowly escaped the same fate. Later that day, they trace the car's registration to an address miles away, to a small, unassuming house on the edge of town. The woman's name is there in their records, a long-forgotten file detailing minor infractions, parking tickets, and complaints from neighbors about strange noises late at night. But there's something else. Her file mentions a history of mental illness, past disturbances that her records hint at but don't fully explain. When the police reach her home, they're greeted by a sight that could only be described as a horror movie come to life. Inside, they find a room cluttered with relics from her travels, personal belongings that don't seem to belong to her. Old jewelry, torn clothing, faded photographs of strangers, and, most disturbingly, a collection of tattered notebooks filled with eerie scribbles. Pages upon pages document her companions, as she calls them, listing each in cryptic detail, where she picked them up, what they wore, and the moment they stopped speaking. They're horrified to find that Lily's name is scrawled on one of the pages, at the very end of the most recent entry. Next to her name is a single, chilling line written in shaky handwriting: "She was different, but she escaped." As word of Lily's story spreads, rumors about the woman begin to circulate. Some locals claim they remember her from years back, picking up strangers on the road late at night. Others mention disappearances that were never solved, names and faces that faded into obscurity, only to resurface in whispered stories about the silent passenger and the strange woman who traveled with a new companion each night. Lily, meanwhile, tries to move on, but she can't shake the nightmare. Every time she closes her eyes, she sees the woman's twisted smile, the glassy eyes of the figure in the back seat, the dark woods closing in. She starts sleeping with her bedroom door locked, a small comfort against a terror that now feels ever present. In the weeks that follow, she tries to return to her routine, to convince herself that it's over. But late one evening, as she's walking home, she hears the low hum of an engine slowing behind her. She doesn't dare look back, her pulse racing as she quickens her pace. The car follows, rolling to a stop just behind her. Then, in a voice that chills her to her core, a woman calls out softly, her voice lilting with that familiar, unsettling tone. "Need a ride?" Lily's blood runs cold. She takes off into the night, not daring to look back. But she knows the truth, the kind of horror that lingers, that never truly lets you go. Somewhere out there, that woman is still driving, still seeking companions for the lonely road ahead. And Lily knows that for her, and for others like her, some rides never truly end. As they pick up speed, the quiet of the car amplifies every little noise, the low rumble of the engine, the hum of tires on pavement, and the occasional creak of the old leather seats. Lily's fingers tap nervously against her leg as she fights to shake off the strange feeling in her gut. Her gaze shifts uneasily around the car, landing on the dark stains that speckle the seat beside her and dot the floor mats beneath her feet. She tells herself it's nothing, just the wear and tear of an old car, but the thought lingers, gnawing at the edge of her mind. As the silence drags on, Lily attempts to break it again. "So, do you live around here?" she asks, her voice sounding smaller than she intended. The woman's gaze remains fixed on the road, her grip on the steering wheel tightening. "Not exactly," she murmurs, her voice low and oddly detached. "I just like to drive." Lily feels a prickle of unease crawl up her spine. Something about the woman's tone is unsettling, almost as if she's speaking to herself rather than answering Lily's question. She steals a glance at the older woman, noticing for the first time how tense her face is, her lips pressed into a thin line, the faint twitch at the corner of her mouth. Her smile, so warm and welcoming at the start, has vanished completely. Lily forces herself to look straight ahead, trying to shake off the sense of dread pooling in her stomach. She focuses on the road outside, watching the familiar cityscape fade into desolate stretches of road flanked by dark, looming trees. Street lights become scarcer, and soon they're driving through an eerie, isolated stretch of countryside. Trying to calm herself, Lily glances down at her phone, but her heart sinks when she sees the screen flashing a no-signal warning. She glances back up, and in the dim reflection of the window, something catches her eye. She squints, her breath catching in her throat as she notices movement in the back seat. Turning slowly, her eyes adjust to the dimness, and there, partially obscured by shadows, is an elderly man slumped against the seat. His head is tilted forward, the brim of a hat casting his face in darkness, giving him an unsettlingly lifeless appearance. Lily's heart skips a beat, a cold sweat breaking out on her skin. Was he there when I got in? She racks her brain, certain she hadn't seen anyone in the back seat when she entered. Her mind scrambles for an explanation, but nothing adds up. She opens her mouth to say something, but the words die in her throat. The woman hasn't acknowledged him, hasn't even glanced his way since they started driving. In a shaky voice, Lily finally speaks up. I didn't realize there was someone else with us." The woman's face remains expressionless as she replies, her voice carrying a strange, chilling calm. "Oh, him," she says, sparing a fleeting glance in the rearview mirror. "He doesn't say much. Best to leave him be." Lily's pulse races, her skin prickling with an instinctual fear she can't suppress. She tries to laugh, hoping it might ease the tension. "Is he asleep or something?" The woman doesn't answer immediately. Her eyes are fixed ahead, a hint of something dark flashing across her face. Finally, she speaks, her tone even more unsettling. "You could say that. He doesn't like to be disturbed. Isn't that right, dear?" she adds, glancing in the mirror at the silent figure. Lily feels her mouth go dry. The man remains still, his figure unmoving, his face hidden. She notices now that his hands are folded neatly on his lap, fingers interlaced, as if posed that way. The only sound in the car is her own breathing, coming faster and faster as the unease thickens. Grasping at her dwindling sense of calm, Lily tries to convince herself that it's all in her head, that she's simply tired, that there's a logical explanation. But deep down, a primal fear is taking hold, whispering that something is very wrong. She shifts uncomfortably, inching closer to the door as the woman continues driving, her silence more menacing than any words could be. They drive deeper into the night, the road winding through dense woods that seem to close in around them. The silence presses down on Lily like a weight, her senses heightened, each creak of the car and rustle of the trees making her flinch. She risks another glance at the back seat, but the man's figure remains unchanged, his posture disturbingly still. In desperation, she tries one more question, her voice barely a whisper. Where are we going?" The woman's eyes glint in the dark, her smile returning a thin, eerie stretch of her lips. "Oh, don't worry," she says, almost cheerfully. "We're getting closer." Closer to what? Lily's mind screams, her instincts urging her to escape. She subtly tries the door handle, her hand trembling, only to realize that the lock button is jammed. The door doesn't budge. Panic sets in, her breaths coming in short, quick gasps as she realizes the truth: she's trapped. The kind, smiling stranger is gone, replaced by someone or something far more sinister. And in the back seat, the silent passenger sits, unmoving, his presence a silent reminder that she isn't alone on this terrifying journey. The car sways gently over the winding road, the tires humming against the asphalt in a steady rhythm. Lily's heart pounds in her chest, each thud sounding too loud in the oppressive silence. She tries to steady her breath, keeping her eyes on the road ahead, but the darkness that envelopes them seems to deepen with every passing mile. The shadows in the car feel heavier now, as if the very air has thickened, pressing in on her. She shifts uncomfortably in her seat, her hands still gripping her purse, her mind whirling with questions she's too afraid to ask. She glances back at the silent figure in the rearview mirror, the man still motionless, his face hidden by the dark. He might as well have been a statue, his presence so unsettlingly lifeless. The older woman's eyes flicker occasionally to the mirror, as if checking on her passenger, but she doesn't speak again. The silence grows oppressive, thickening the air between them. Lily's thoughts race, frantically searching for an explanation, any explanation, but the more she thinks, the more confused and terrified she becomes. Suddenly, the car lurches, and Lily feels her stomach drop as the vehicle bumps over something hard. Her breath hitches in surprise, and she grabs the armrest to steady herself. "What was that?" she whispers, trying to hide the tremor in her voice. The woman's expression doesn't change. Her knuckles are white against the steering wheel as she presses on the accelerator, not looking back at Lily. "Just a pothole," she says curtly, her tone flat and lifeless, almost mechanical. Lily nods, trying to make sense of it, but the unease only deepens. That sound didn't feel like a pothole, it was too sharp, too deliberate, like the car had hit something, or someone. Her eyes dart back to the back seat again, scanning for any sign of movement. Nothing. The man remains motionless. He could be sleeping, but why hadn't he shifted even once during the entire drive? Lily wonders if he's even alive. With her hands clenched in her lap, she feels the suffocating weight of her paranoia building. The road is growing narrower now, the trees pressing in closer on either side, the darkness creeping in. The only light is the faint glow of the headlights cutting through the black, casting eerie shadows that seem to dance in the corners of her vision. Lily leans forward, her eyes narrowing as she tries to make out anything in the distance. The woman's grip on the wheel tightens even more. The faint scent of mildew that lingers in the air seems to mix with something more pungent now, something that stings her nostrils, almost metallic, like blood. The smell is overpowering, and it makes her stomach churn, but she forces herself to stay calm, not wanting to give in to the panic that's rising inside her. Her voice trembles as she speaks again. I think I need to get out. Can you pull over?" I'm not feeling well. The woman's gaze flickers to the rearview mirror once more, locking eyes with Lily for the first time since they started driving. The smile returns to her lips, but it's different this time. It's colder. A slow, deliberate curl of her mouth, like someone savoring the moment before the reveal. We're almost there, she says softly. Just a little longer. A chill runs down Lily's spine. Almost where? Her mind races, images of abandoned houses and isolated forests flashing in her head. She feels the undeniable sense that they're far from the safety of civilization, deeper into an unknown wilderness where no one would hear her scream. Lily watches as the road ahead splits into two. One path veers off toward the right, a narrow, overgrown trail that disappears into thick trees. The other is just as dark but seems to stretch towards something in the distance, a faint flicker of light, maybe an old gas station or a house. Her eyes lock on that light, the last thread of hope in her mind. But the woman doesn't slow down. She turns the wheel with ease, directing the car toward the overgrown path. Lily's pulse spikes. Her breath comes in quick gasps as she looks out the window. The trees close in around them as they turn off the main road, the headlights barely cutting through the thick, tangled branches. The path is narrow, the gravel crunching under the tires as the car jostles forward. Where are we going? Lily's voice cracks. She's fighting the rising tide of panic, trying to stay calm, to make sense of what's happening. I didn't agree to this. The woman's voice comes softly, almost soothing, but there's a note of finality in it now. SHH, don't worry. We're almost home. Home. The word feels like a knife to Lily's chest. This isn't home. This is a nightmare. Her eyes snap to the back seat once more. The man is still there. His posture hasn't shifted, his face still obscured by shadows. But something is different now. She notices that his hands are no longer folded neatly in his lap. One of them is hanging limply over the side of the seat, fingers curling into a grotesque, unnatural shape. It's a detail so small, so subtle, but it sends a flood of terror through Lily's body. Suddenly, the car jerks to a halt. Lily nearly slams into the dashboard from the sudden stop. Her breath catches in her throat as she grips the seat, staring out the windshield. Ahead of them is a thick wall of trees, the path blocked by an old, rusted gate, barely visible in the darkness. She can barely make out the shape of a large house behind the trees, its windows dark, its silhouette looming like something out of a nightmare. The woman turns off the engine, and silence falls. Lily's heart thunders in her chest as the realization sinks in, they're not going anywhere. They're trapped here. Get out, the woman says, her voice eerily calm, it's time to meet the others. Lily's blood runs cold, her breath catching in her throat. She doesn't want to move. She doesn't want to get out of the car. But she's trapped, and with every passing second, the feeling of claustrophobia intensifies. Her hand inches toward the door handle, her fingers trembling. But as she pulls, she feels something small, almost imperceptible shift in the back seat behind her. She freezes, slowly turning her head, her eyes wide in terror. The figure in the back seat is no longer still. It's moving. The figure in the back seat shifts again, and Lily's breath catches in her throat. For a moment, everything feels suspended, her heart in her throat, her body frozen. Her hand still hovers over the door handle, but the thought of opening it, of stepping out into the unknown, feels impossible. The air inside the car is thick with fear, each breath a struggle as she fights the rising panic threatening to consume her. The man's head moves ever so slightly, his body shifting just enough for Lily to see more clearly. His face, still partially obscured in shadow, starts to come into view. The pale, sunken features of his face, thin, gaunt, seem to melt out of the darkness, his hollow eyes gleaming with a predatory gleam. His mouth, twisted into a grotesque grimace, doesn't move, but his eyes, His eyes are locked onto hers now. Lily's chest tightens with terror. She opens her mouth to scream, but no sound comes out. She's paralyzed, her body refusing to obey her frantic mind. The woman beside her doesn't seem to notice, or maybe she's just pretending not to. She remains eerily calm, her grip on the steering wheel unshakable. The smile that had once felt warm and inviting is now a sinister, twisted expression on her face. Lily's hand still hovers over the door handle, but it's as if the car has become a cage, trapping her with every passing second. The man in the back seat shifts again, his hand sliding across the seat, slowly, deliberately. His fingers curl, and Lily's stomach lurches as she watches him inch forward, his movements so unnatural, so inhuman, that it sends a wave of nausea crashing over her. The woman turns her head, her cold eyes locking with Lily's, her voice soft but firm. "I told you not to disturb him," she says, her tone laced with something far darker now. "He's not the one you should fear." Lily's pulse skyrockets as the woman's words echo in her mind. She feels a chill in the air, as if the temperature in the car has suddenly dropped, as if she's no longer in control of her own body. Before she can make a move, the man shifts again. This time, it's more than just a twitch. He leans forward, his skeletal frame looming over the seat, inching closer to her. His face is now fully illuminated in the low light, and what she sees makes her blood run cold. His lips pull back in a grotesque sneer, revealing teeth that are yellowed and uneven, sharp like those of an animal. But it's his eyes, dark, hollow, empty, that haunt her the most. They seem to pierce through her very soul, sucking the life from her as if he's been waiting for this moment all along. Lily finally finds her voice, her scream ripping from her throat as she yanks at the door handle. The door doesn't open. Panic surges through her, and she tries again, desperately, shaking the door handle with all her strength. "Please. Let me out," she begs, her voice trembling. The woman doesn't respond. Instead, she simply watches Lily, her gaze cold and unblinking. A slow smile spreads across her face as she watches Lily struggle, her eyes gleaming with dark amusement. The man in the back seat isn't still anymore. He's no longer slouched, no longer motionless. His head is tilted at an odd angle, his eyes wide and unblinking, and he's reaching for Lily with one long, bony hand. The sickening sound of his fingers scraping across the upholstery fills the car, louder than anything else in the silence. Lily jerks away, her back pressed against the passenger door as she desperately tries to put more distance between herself and the figure in the back seat. Her heart is pounding so hard it feels like it might burst from her chest. She searches frantically for some way to escape, her eyes darting to the windows, to the lock button, anything that might give her a chance. The woman's voice cuts through the chaos, low and deliberate. "You can scream all you want, sweetheart," she says, her words slow, as if savoring them. "But nobody will hear you out here. And she glances back at the man in the rearview mirror, he doesn't like it when people scream." Lily's eyes snap back to the man, her blood running cold as she watches his lips part in an eerie, silent laugh. His eyes never leave hers. The car feels suffocating, every second stretching on as if time itself is warping in the presence of something unnatural. The air is thick with a metallic smell now, like blood, like rot, and Lily can feel the walls of the car closing in on her. She looks out the window again, her desperation mounting, but all she sees is darkness, an impenetrable void beyond the glass. With a final, desperate burst of strength, Lily hurls herself at the door once more. This time, she hears a click. The door swings open. But it's not freedom that awaits her outside. It's only darkness. The trees loom like towering giants on either side, and beyond them, the faint outline of the house looms, a decaying, desolate mansion with broken windows, its silhouette twisted in the low light. The wind howls, pushing against her, trying to pull her back into the car. She hesitates, her body frozen in place, her mind screaming at her to run, to escape while she still can. But before she can move, the woman's voice drifts through the air, soft and insistent. Don't be foolish. It's already too late. The coldness in her voice is chilling, and before Lily can make a move, she feels the air grow even colder. She turns back, and the man is no longer in the back seat. He's standing right behind her, his breath cold against her neck. Lily's scream echoes into the night as she feels his icy fingers brush her shoulder, but it's already too late. Lily's scream echoes into the night as she feels his icy fingers brush her shoulder, but it's already too late. Her body freezes in terror, unable to move, unable to think. The car door is wide open, her only escape route, yet something in the air, something in the shadows holds her in place. The cold, unnatural chill that has filled the car now spills out into the night, crawling beneath her skin, making her feel as if she's suffocating. She can't breathe. She can't think. The woman in the driver's seat doesn't react. She remains still, her hands gripping the steering wheel with unnatural calm, her face now a mask of indifference. The silence between them is deafening, suffocating. Lily's pulse beats loudly in her ears as she steals a glance back. The figure in the back seat is still there, his eyes never leaving hers, though he hasn't moved an inch. But there's something about the way he watches her now, a sense of predatory hunger that wasn't there before. His lips curl into a slow, unsettling grin. The shadows in the car seem to stretch, swirling around her, as if the darkness itself is alive. The man's eyes gleam, a reflection of the faint light from the street lamp, but it's his smile, a twisted, silent smile that freezes her blood. His thin, yellowed teeth glint in the dark, and for the first time, Lily feels like she's being hunted, not by a man, but by something much older, something far darker. She takes a breath, shallow and trembling, forcing herself to move, to act. But her body betrays her. Her legs are like lead, too heavy to carry her. Every instinct screams for her to run, to get out of the car, but her eyes remain locked on the backseat figure. The fear is paralyzing, suffocating, and it makes every motion feel like it requires all the strength she has left. The woman finally speaks, her voice barely more than a whisper, but it cuts through the air with a cold finality. "You shouldn't have looked back," she murmurs, her gaze still fixed on the road ahead. "Now it's too late." Lily turns back, panic rising as the car seems to close in around her. The man in the back seat doesn't speak, but his grin widens. His hands' long, pale fingers shift ever so slightly, sliding across the seat toward her. The movement is slow, deliberate, but it's impossible to look away. Her mind races, trying to rationalize, trying to find an escape. But there's no escape. A sudden noise, a soft, wet sound snaps her back to reality. She glances down at her feet and recoils. The floor mats are stained, dark patches that look like dried blood. The smell is stronger now, mixing with the sickly sweet odor of decay. Her stomach lurches. The air is thick, heavier than before, suffocating, like she's drowning in it. Her throat tightens, and her heart races as she turns back to the rearview mirror. The woman's eyes lock with hers for the first time since they started the ride. There's no kindness there, no warmth, just cold, endless darkness. "You're not going anywhere," the woman says, her voice low and chilling. The smile on her face never falters, but now it feels like a warning. Lily feels trapped, cornered, like a mouse caught in a predator's gaze. The man's hand creeps closer, moving with a slow, unnatural grace, his eyes now fully fixed on Lily. The darkness in the back seat seems to pulse, like it's alive, closing in around her. Her breath quickens, a sharp, panicked gasp escaping her lips. Lily tries to move again, pushing herself toward the door, but something is holding her back, something she can't see, but she feels. The car feels alive, the shadows reaching toward her, pulling her in. The walls seem to close in, the space shrinking, as if the car itself is swallowing her whole. In a flash of pure instinct, Lily grabs the door handle again, but before she can pull it open, a voice low, harsh, and nearly inaudible whispers from the shadows. "Leave, or stay," it says, the words barely reaching her ears, but the meaning is clear. She can't escape without consequences. And she knows it. She can feel the weight of the man's stare as he inches closer, his breath cold on her skin, his fingers brushing against her arm. The hairs on the back of her neck stand on end, and she can't breathe, can't think, can't move. The woman's voice cuts through the suffocating silence again, cold and final, "You were never meant to leave." A low, inhuman chuckle rises from the back seat as the man shifts again. And in that moment, the last thread of hope that Lily clings to begins to snap. Lily's heart races as she tries to make sense of what's happening. She hadn't seen the man in the back seat when she first got in, but there he is now sitting perfectly still, hidden in the shadows. His presence is suffocating, like the air itself has turned heavy. Her gaze darts from the road ahead to the rearview mirror. She tries to get a better look, but the reflection is distorted, as though the glass is coated in something slick, a fog that won't clear. She turns her attention back to the back seat. The man hasn't moved an inch, but now, his eyes are open. Dark, hollow eyes that reflect no light. His skin is ashen, his features gaunt. His presence is like a weight on her chest. Lily feels an icy chill creeping up her spine as she tries to keep her composure, but her fingers grip the door handle tighter, the muscles in her legs twitching with the urge to flee. Her mind races. Could he have been there all along? She never saw him when she got in, and yet there he is, as though he's always been there, waiting. The woman driving doesn't seem to notice Lily's panic. She continues to focus on the road, her hands tightly gripping the wheel. Lily tries to speak, to ask her about the man, but the words catch in her throat. The woman's expression has turned blank, almost too calm, as if she's not fully present, as if something is missing from her. Lily forces herself to speak, her voice trembling slightly. Is he with you?" She glances at the back seat again, but the man hasn't moved, hasn't made a sound. The woman's lips curl into a tight smile, her eyes never leaving the road. "He's always with me," she replies, her voice strangely flat, as if it's not entirely her own. Lily's pulse quickens, her throat tightens. Something is terribly wrong. She turns away from the back seat, staring out the window, but all she can see is the dark road stretching out before them. The silence in the car feels oppressive, like it's pressing in from all sides. It's as though the world outside has disappeared entirely, leaving only the car, the woman, and the man in the back seat. Suddenly, the man shifts in the shadows. It's subtle, but unmistakable. He moves his head, slowly, as if to follow her gaze. His eyes, those hollow, black eyes, are fixed on her now. Lily feels a cold wave of dread wash over her. The woman doesn't seem to notice, or if she does, she's not acknowledging it. But Lily can't shake the feeling that they're no longer driving on a normal road. The street lights outside have grown dimmer, the trees along the roadside more twisted, as though the world around them is warping, shifting, becoming something darker. Lily's breath catches in her throat. "Where are we going?" she asks, her voice barely above a whisper. The woman doesn't answer at first. She simply smiles again, but this time the smile feels wrong, too wide, too forced. "You'll see," she says, her voice thick with something unspoken. The car moves forward, faster now, the road blurring as if they're speeding through a tunnel, each second stretching longer than the last. Lily's eyes flick to the back seat again. The man hasn't moved, but his presence is like a shadow clinging to her every movement. His dark eyes are still locked on her, but now, something in his expression has changed. There's a hint of recognition, or perhaps it's something darker. His lips curl into a smile, but it's not a smile of warmth or friendliness. It's a smile of something far more sinister. Her stomach churns. She can feel the walls of the car closing in around her. The air feels thick and stifling, pressing down on her chest. The car no longer feels like a refuge. It feels like a cage. Lily feels the chill in the air tighten around her as the silence grows. She tries to shake off the feeling of unease, blaming it on her overactive imagination. But as the woman drives, Lily's eyes continue to flick to the rearview mirror, where she can just make out the faintest shadow in the back seat. Her heart skips a beat. There's something there. Someone there. At first, she thought it was just the dim lighting or her tired eyes playing tricks on her. But no, there's definitely a figure sitting in the back seat. A man, hunched over, his face obscured by the darkness. He's been there the entire time. Lily stares at him, heart pounding. She tries to convince herself that maybe she just didn't notice him when she first got in. Maybe he was there the whole time, but why didn't she see him earlier? Her mind races. Was he always there? Or did he appear after she got in? She can't recall. The woman behind the wheel remains eerily calm, her focus never shifting from the road. There's a strange, mechanical quality to her driving, as if she's not truly present, like she's just going through the motions. Her eyes are fixed ahead, and her hands grip the wheel tightly, almost too tightly. Lily feels her breath catch in her throat. The figure in the back seat doesn't move, doesn't make a sound. But Lily knows he's there. He's watching her, and every nerve in her body screams for her to say something, to ask who he is, to demand to be let out. She glances at the rearview mirror again, but the reflection is warped. The figure is gone. The back seat is empty. For a moment, Lily feels a flicker of hope. Then the car lurches. The sudden movement shakes her, throwing her against the door. She looks up in confusion, and that's when she hears the faintest rustling sound behind her, like the creaking of leather, or the soft scrape of fabric against fabric. The man is back. His presence is suffocating. He hasn't moved, but his cold, unblinking eyes are staring at her, locked onto her every move. His silence is deafening, and Lily's panic begins to rise. She opens her mouth to speak, to ask if she can leave, but her throat feels tight, constricted by the heaviness in the air. Lily tries to make small talk, her voice shaking. Is he with you? The woman's response is a slow, detached smile. He's just along for the ride. Her voice is too calm, too flat. Lily feels her stomach turn. Her instincts scream that something is horribly wrong, but her mind is clouded with confusion and fear. She looks back at the man. He hasn't moved, but somehow, he feels closer. As if his eyes are drawing her in, his presence growing stronger with each passing second. Suddenly, the woman turns her head ever so slightly toward Lily, her gaze shifting in the mirror. He always rides with me, she says, her voice lower now, colder. Lily's heart skips. The words hang in the air, thick with something unspoken. She can feel her pulse thundering in her ears now. Something is terribly wrong. The silence is unbearable. The shadows in the back seat grow deeper, as though they are swallowing everything around them. Lily tries to force her body to move, to act, but it's like she's trapped. The car seems to be driving faster, the headlights cutting through the darkness like knives. She looks out the window only to see nothing. No streetlights. No houses. Just an endless stretch of darkness. The world outside is gone. Lily's heart races as her mind tries to rationalize the unsettling details around her. She takes a deep breath, glancing once more at the man in the back seat. He's so still it's unnerving, not even the faintest movement of breathing. She wonders if he's just very still, maybe sleeping deeply or unwell. Her logical side fights with her instinct, urging her to ignore her rising fear. In an effort to ease her nerves, Lily tries again to engage the woman in conversation. She forces a smile and clears her throat, her voice shaking. "Are you taking me to a nearby town?" she asks, trying to sound casual. "I, live just outside of the city." The woman's grip on the steering wheel tightens even more, her knuckles white. Her voice is calm but unnervingly flat. "I know exactly where you need to go," she says, her eyes fixed ahead. A shiver runs through Lily, but she keeps pushing, determined to break through the eerie silence. She looks back at the man, hoping for some kind of reaction or reassurance. But he remains perfectly still, his shadowy figure almost blending into the darkness, his face barely visible. Is he okay?" Lily ventures, her voice barely a whisper. "He seems very quiet." The woman doesn't answer right away, and for a moment, the silence stretches unbearably. Finally, she replies, her voice soft and unsettling. "He's always quiet, dear. He's not much of a talker." Lily's skin prickles. The calmness in the woman's voice feels out of place, almost rehearsed. She decides to push a little further, hoping for anything that might help her understand the strange situation she's in. "So, how long have you known each other?" she asks, trying to keep her tone light. "Is he your husband?" The woman's face twists into an odd smile, but her eyes remain cold, detached. "He's been with me for as long as I can remember," she murmurs, almost to herself. "He never leaves?" A chill creeps over Lily. She glances out the window, watching as the trees become denser, the night pressing in on them like a shroud. It's as though they're driving deeper into darkness, far from any familiar landmarks or signs of civilization. Lily's thoughts are interrupted when she realizes the woman has taken an unexpected turn, veering off the main road and onto a narrow, deserted path. Anxiety floods her as she takes in their surroundings. There's no sign of a town, no sign of any destination. Only empty fields and dense woods, stretching endlessly on either side. She tries to keep her voice steady, though her heart pounds in her chest. I thought you were taking me toward town." The woman's eerie smile reappears. "Oh, we'll get there eventually," she replies, her tone disturbingly ambiguous. "This is just a scenic route." Lily's hands grow cold, her pulse thundering in her ears. She realizes that, somehow, she's trapped. The doors feel like they're locked, the window controls unresponsive. The woman's control over the situation is absolute, and for the first time, Lily feels an overwhelming sense of helplessness. As they continue down the dark, winding road, Lily's mind races with questions she doesn't dare to ask aloud. Who is the man in the back seat, and why is he so deathly still? Lily's thoughts spin as she tries to make sense of her strange surroundings. The woman's answer vague, unsettling, and somehow final echoes in her mind, filling her with dread. She glances down at her phone, hoping for even a faint signal, but the screen shows nothing but emptiness, no bars, no hope of calling for help. The narrow road grows darker, the trees pressing in closer. Lily's fingers twitch against her leg, the urge to do something becoming almost unbearable. She clears her throat, trying to keep her tone light, hoping to break the oppressive silence. "So, this route. Is it, one you take often?" The woman doesn't respond right away. She keeps her gaze locked on the road, her face expressionless. Finally, she murmurs, "It's the only way. The only one he knows." A shiver snakes down Lily's spine. She doesn't dare look at the man in the back seat again, but she can feel his presence, like a cold, oppressive weight. Her gaze flicks to the woman, studying her hands on the steering wheel. They're pale and thin, her knuckles white from her firm grip. There's something strange about her hands. She can't place it at first, but then she realizes, they look frail, almost aged beyond what Lily initially noticed. Lily feels a knot form in her throat. Maybe this woman isn't as kind and harmless as she seems. Where exactly are we going? She asks, her voice barely a whisper now. The woman's lips curl into a smile, but it's void of warmth, a hollow imitation. Not far now. Just up ahead. Her tone has an eerie finality to it, a tone that only deepens the unease gnawing at Lily's stomach. Lily takes a shaky breath, trying to keep herself calm. She needs to find a way out of this, anything to escape the mounting tension and the terrifying realization that she's growing more trapped with each mile. She eyes the door handle. If I time it right, maybe I could open the door and jump. But the car seems to be speeding up, the trees outside blurring into a dark, endless mass. Lily can feel her window of opportunity slipping away, her heart pounding harder with each passing second. The woman suddenly speaks again, breaking the silence with an unnerving calm. You know, it's a shame about these roads. Once you're on them, it's hard to get off. Lily forces a shaky laugh, trying to mask her terror. What do you mean? The woman glances at her, and for the first time, Lily sees something cold and dark in her eyes. Some journeys only end one way, she says softly, almost as if speaking to herself. Her gaze shifts back to the road, her face unreadable. Lily's stomach drops. She realizes now that the woman has no intention of letting her go. The man in the back seat, his silent, motionless form, feels like a grim omen, a warning of what might await her if she doesn't act soon. A bead of sweat trickles down her forehead. Desperation surges in her chest as she weighs her options. Can I grab the steering wheel? Could I break the window? As she calculates, Lily catches something in the woman's rearview mirror, a glint of something metallic, poking out from beneath the man's sleeve. Her blood runs cold. It's not just his stillness that's wrong, it's the restraints around his wrists. The horrifying thought strikes her, sudden and clear, he's been tied there. Lily's breathing quickens, and her hands clench in her lap. She has to get out. Now. Lily's heart races as the realization sinks in. This isn't just a strange encounter, she's in real danger. She glances again at the woman's face, but her gaze remains fixed on the road, her expression a cold, eerie calm. The silence inside the car feels stifling, like a weight pressing down on her chest. She forces herself to take a steady breath. She has to stay calm, think clearly. Her eyes dart to the man in the back seat, his face obscured by shadow. The restraints on his wrists flash in her mind. Why is he tied up? What is he doing in this car? Questions pile up, each one more terrifying than the last. But none of them seem to have a safe answer. Steeling herself, Lily decides to try again. Maybe if she acts casual, she can find a way to gather information, a way to distract the woman long enough to plan her escape. She forces a smile, though her voice trembles. So, is he okay? The man in the back. The woman's gaze shifts toward Lily, her eyes almost glowing in the dim light. For a brief moment, her friendly facade cracks, revealing something far colder underneath. Her voice is soft but unnervingly stern. You shouldn't worry about him. He doesn't talk much. Her lips curve into a slight, unsettling smile. He prefers the silence. Lily's stomach twists. Her grip tightens on her purse, her fingers brushing against her phone again. She tries to press the power button, praying for any sign of life from the screen, but there's still no signal. Desperation starts to claw at her, but she knows panicking won't help. She forces herself to stay composed. They're now deep in the woods, the road winding through dense clusters of trees that obscure the moonlight, plunging them into near-complete darkness. The longer they drive, the more hopeless her situation feels. In the dim light of the dashboard, Lily's eyes drift to the woman's hand, resting unnaturally still on the gear shift. Her nails are chipped, almost like she's been scratching at something, and there's a faint reddish stain along her fingertips. Lily's throat tightens as she realizes the stain resembles dried blood. Before she can stop herself, she blurts out, where exactly are we going?" The woman's expression doesn't change, but there's an unsettling flicker of annoyance in her eyes. "I told you," she says softly, her voice barely a whisper. "We're almost there. You'll understand soon enough." Lily suppresses a shudder. Every instinct screams at her to get out, to break free from this nightmare. She shifts in her seat, her hand inching toward the door handle, her mind racing with possible escape plans. But the woman notices. Her gaze snaps to Lily's hand, her voice icy. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." Lily freezes, her heart pounding. She's trapped, and the woman knows it. Panic bubbles up, her sense of control slipping further with each second. She can feel the weight of the man's silence behind her, like a ghostly presence lingering in the shadows. And then, just when she thinks things couldn't get worse, the woman turns onto an even narrower road, one that leads deeper into the woods, where no one would hear her scream. Lily's chest tightens with terror. She glances around, desperately looking for any sign of life, any way out. Her mind is screaming at her to act, to do something, anything before it's too late. In one last act of desperation, she decides to speak up again, her voice barely a whisper. "Please, please, I need to go home. My family's waiting for me." The woman's smile is cold, devoid of any kindness. "Don't worry, dear," she says, her tone dripping with false sweetness. "We're almost home." Lily's unease sharpens with every turn the woman makes down narrow, twisting roads that grow darker and more isolated. She glances at the window, watching the city lights fade, replaced by stretches of empty land and dense woods. The road seems endless, swallowing any hope of familiar landmarks. Her pulse quickens as she realizes they haven't passed another car in what feels like miles. She thinks about reaching for her phone in her bag, but each time she tries, she feels the woman's gaze shifting toward her, watching her movements in the dim glow of the dashboard lights. Lily's hand freezes every time, the weight of the woman's silent scrutiny suffocating her attempts to call for help. There's something cold and intense about that gaze, as if the woman is daring her to make a move. Forcing herself to break the silence, Lily's voice wavers as she attempts small talk. "So, are you from around here?" Her question hangs in the air, and the woman offers only a vague nod, keeping her eyes on the road. The silence grows thick and unbearable, pressing down on Lily like a weight. She's hyper-aware of the figure in the back seat, so still it's almost as if he's carved from stone. She tries to convince herself he's merely asleep, but her instincts won't let her rest. Something feels deeply wrong. The musty, metallic smell seems to intensify, clinging to the air, making it hard to breathe. Summoning her courage, Lily decides she needs answers. She carefully clears her throat and, in a voice she hopes sounds steadier than she feels, asks, "Who's in the back seat?" The woman's expression doesn't change. Her hands tighten on the wheel, her knuckles going white. Finally, after a long, unsettling pause, she responds, her voice soft and strangely detached. "Oh, don't mind him. He doesn't say much these days." A chill races down Lily's spine. The casual tone, the empty, detached response, it all feels so wrong. Why not?" she asks, unable to stop herself, her voice now barely a whisper. The woman's lips twitch into a strange, humorless smile as she replies, "Well, he's been with me a long time. But he's quieter now." Lily's heart pounds so loudly she's certain the woman can hear it. She turns her gaze to the rearview mirror, trying to catch another glimpse of the man's face, but the shadows hide him well. All she can make out are faint outlines, an unmoving figure with slumped shoulders and what appears to be a fixed, empty stare. The woman's voice drops to a near whisper, her tone more chilling than any scream. "He didn't want to be here either. At first." Lily's breath catches. Every instinct is screaming for her to get out of the car, but the doors are locked, and the darkness outside feels just as threatening. She can't bear the silence anymore, so she swallows hard and tries to laugh, a strained, nervous sound. That's kind of creepy, you know. The woman only smiles, that empty, chilling smile. Yes. It's better that way. A sick realization washes over Lily. She isn't just riding with this woman, she might be the next silent passenger. Lily's nerves are on edge, her fingers gripping her purse so tightly her knuckles are white. She's trapped, both by the locked doors and the oppressive atmosphere in the car, feeling as though she's caught in some twisted trap. The road outside has turned even darker, with thick trees pressing close to the narrow road, casting ominous shadows that flicker in the car's headlights. There's an unnatural stillness in the air, as if the world outside has fallen away, leaving her utterly alone with this woman and the silent figure in the back seat. Her mind races, searching for any excuse to get the woman to stop the car. She forces a nervous smile and says, "I think I left something back at the bus stop. Would you mind turning around?" The woman's face remains emotionless, her eyes fixed on the road ahead as if she didn't hear Lily. Seconds pass, the silence growing so thick that Lily can hardly breathe. Finally, the woman responds in a low, almost absent tone, "Oh, don't worry, dear. We're almost there." Lily's heart pounds in her chest as she tries again. "Where exactly is there?" The woman's mouth twists into a tight smile. "You'll see soon enough." Lily can't shake the feeling that the woman is leading her somewhere isolated, somewhere she won't be able to escape. She glances at the back seat again, her gaze locking on the shadowy figure. Suddenly, she notices something she hadn't seen before: a set of handcuffs glinting faintly on the figure's wrists, lying loosely on his lap. A cold sweat breaks out on her forehead. Why would he be handcuffed? Who is this man? She turns her head back, breathing heavily, as she forces herself to ask, Is he okay? The woman's expression turns icy, her voice dropping into an eerie, almost sing-song whisper. "He's quiet, that's all. Just like you'll be soon." Lily's stomach twists as she tries to maintain composure. Her mind is screaming at her to do something, anything, but she feels trapped, every exit blocked. Her gaze darts to the window, and in a desperate whisper, she says, "Please, I think I'm going to be sick. Could you stop the car?" The woman finally turns to look at her, a strange gleam in her eyes, and Lily notices a faint smudge of red on the woman's sleeve. The woman's smile widens, cold and empty. "We're far from any help, dear. Best if you just stay still." In a moment of terror-fueled clarity, Lily reaches for her phone, fumbling in her bag. But as soon as she does, the woman's hand darts out, snatching Lily's wrist in a vice-like grip. "Phones don't work out here," the woman says, her voice as smooth as silk, tightening her grip as she leans closer. "But don't worry. You won't be needing it where you're going." The car's headlights cast eerie, shifting shadows as they move deeper into the wilderness. Lily's mind spins, heart hammering as she realizes she has to get out now or she might never get another chance. She glances back at the silent passenger one last time, hoping against hope for any sign of life. To her horror, the figure's eyes meet hers in the rearview mirror, wide and empty, as if pleading for help. And then, in an almost imperceptible movement, the figure's lips move. One word. "Run." Lily's blood runs cold, her pulse thundering in her ears as she stares at the silent figure in the back seat. Did he just mouth run? Her mind races, trying to process what she's seeing. Every instinct she has is screaming at her to listen. The woman, still gripping her wrist, seems oblivious to the figure's silent warning. Her gaze is focused back on the road, her knuckles pale as she steers the car deeper into the dark woods, the road now barely more than a narrow, winding path. Lily knows she has only moments to act, but she feels trapped in her own fear. Summoning all her courage, she clears her throat and forces herself to speak. "Please, I don't feel well. I really need you to stop the car." She adds a small tremor to her voice, hoping it will convince the woman to ease up on her grip. The woman's grip tightens instead, her nails digging into Lily's skin. Her voice drops to a chilling whisper, filled with an almost mocking tenderness. "Poor thing," she murmurs. "They always get a little nervous at this point." Lily's heart sinks. This woman has done this before. Panic surges through her, and she realizes that she's out of time. She forces her body to relax, hoping the woman will loosen her grip, if only for a moment. The car rounds a sharp bend, and the woman's attention shifts back to the road just long enough for Lily to make her move. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, she twists her arm free from the woman's grasp and lunges for the door handle, yanking it up with all her strength. It's locked. Desperation floods her as she frantically pulls on it again and again, but it won't budge. The woman laughs, a low, sinister chuckle that sends shivers down Lily's spine. "Did you really think I'd let you get away so easily?" But before Lily can react, a faint noise comes from the back seat, a shuffling sound, followed by the creak of movement. She glances over her shoulder, just in time to see the figure in the back seat shifting, the chains rattling as he struggles to sit up straight. His eyes lock onto hers, intense and pleading, as he mouths one final word. "Now." In a flash of instinct, Lily reaches into her bag, pulling out her phone. She knows she won't get service, but the light might be enough to distract the woman. She switches it on, the bright screen illuminating the car's interior just enough to reveal something even more horrifying: a dark, red smear staining the back seat, leading from the man's hands down to the floor. The woman notices the light, her face twisting in anger. "Turn that off," she hisses, reaching out to grab Lily's arm again. But this time, Lily is ready. She throws herself forward, twisting out of reach and pressing her feet hard against the dashboard. With all her might, she kicks at the passenger door, praying it will give. The impact is strong enough to rattle the window, and to her shock, the door jolts open slightly. The woman snarls, lunging for her, but Lily is already halfway out of the car. She throws herself through the narrow opening, scraping her knees and elbows against the pavement as she tumbles onto the roadside. Her bag spills out beside her, scattering her belongings across the dirt. Ignoring the pain, Lily scrambles to her feet, her pulse roaring in her ears. Behind her, she hears the woman screeching to a stop, the car door slamming open as she steps out. The woman's voice is cold, venomous. "You can't run from this, Lily. There's nowhere to hide." Heart pounding, Lily bolts into the woods, branches tearing at her skin as she stumbles forward, every nerve in her body screaming to keep moving. She risks a glance over her shoulder and sees the woman's silhouette emerging from the car, stepping into the shadows of the trees. The woman's face, illuminated only briefly by the car's headlights, is twisted into an expression of pure malice. Lily runs faster, weaving through the trees, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The darkness presses in around her, and the silence of the woods is broken only by her panicked footsteps and the faint rustle of leaves as the woman closes in. Just when she thinks she's lost her, a familiar figure steps out from behind a tree, the silent passenger, his form now visible in the moonlight. His eyes are hollow, lifeless, as he raises a trembling hand and points deeper into the woods, as if urging her forward. Lily doesn't stop to question it. She plunges ahead, following his direction, her legs burning with exhaustion but her fear driving her on. She stumbles through the trees until she reaches a narrow dirt road. In the distance, she spots a faint glimmer of headlights, growing brighter as they approach. Without a second thought, Lily steps onto the road, waving her arms frantically. A truck screeches to a stop in front of her, and the driver, a middle-aged man with a look of concern, leans out the window. "Are you okay? What's going on?" Before Lily can answer, she glances back toward the woods. The woman is nowhere in sight, but the silent passenger lingers at the edge of the trees, his hand slowly lowering as he watches her with that same haunting expression. And then, like a shadow fading in the dawn, he vanishes. The truck driver's voice snaps her back to reality. "Miss? Are you all right?" Lily swallows, nodding numbly as she climbs into the truck. As they drive away, she glances back one last time, half expecting to see the woman or the silent passenger emerging from the darkness. But the road is empty, and the trees stand silent and still. As they drive into the safety of the approaching dawn, Lily can't shake the image of the silent passenger, his empty eyes and the final word he mouthed to her. "Run." Lily sits in the passenger seat of the truck, her whole body trembling as she tries to process what just happened. The driver, noticing her distress, speaks gently, breaking the tense silence. "You look like you've been through a lot. Do you need me to take you to the hospital? Or maybe the police?" Lily considers his offer, her mind racing through the events of the night. The thought of the woman and her ominous words still lingers in her mind, filling her with a sense of dread she can't shake. She nods slowly. "The police. I need to report this." The driver nods, his face filled with concern as he keeps his focus on the road. "All right. Just sit tight, you're safe now. We'll get you some help." As they drive through the gradually brightening morning, Lily tries to recount everything that happened: the woman, the silent passenger, the dark road winding through the woods. But every time she tries to piece together the details, her memory feels clouded, as if parts of the night are slipping away, distorted by her own fear. After a long, silent drive, they finally reach a small town. The driver pulls up in front of the police station, and Lily steps out, still shaken but feeling a sense of relief wash over her. She thanks the driver, who nods reassuringly before driving off, leaving her alone in front of the station. Inside, the police officers listen carefully as Lily recounts her story. They take notes, occasionally exchanging glances that she can't quite read. One of the officers, a grizzled man with a sympathetic expression, sits across from her and asks, "So, you're saying there was another person in the car? A man in the back seat?" Lily nods, feeling a chill at the memory. "Yes. He looked almost lifeless, but he warned me." He mouthed the word "run." The officer raises an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of concern mixed with confusion. "Did he say anything else? Or did he try to get out of the car with you?" Lily shakes her head, struggling to find the right words. "No, he just sat there, chained. I think she'd taken him somewhere, too. But he helped me." The officer takes a deep breath, looking at his colleagues before turning back to her. "Ma'am, we've had a few reports over the years of strange things happening out on that road. People see things, or think they see things. That stretch of woods has a reputation." Lily frowns, confusion mixing with dread. "What do you mean?" The officer hesitates, as if choosing his words carefully. "There have been several accounts over the years of people seeing a mysterious woman offering rides on that road. They report similar details: her strange behavior, the sense of being trapped. And always, there's talk of a silent passenger." Lily feels a chill run down her spine. "So, this has happened before?" The officer nods solemnly. "But here's the thing: every time someone manages to escape, they look back and swear the man in the back seat, well, he wasn't alive. Some say he was a victim of hers, forced to sit in that car for eternity. Others think he's a ghost, warning people about her." Lily's blood runs cold. She can hardly believe what she's hearing, yet everything she experienced aligns with the officer's words. She grips the edge of the table, her knuckles turning white. So, was he real? Or was he Something else. The officer's face is solemn. We don't know. But what we do know is that you're lucky to be alive. Most people who've encountered her don't make it out. Lily's heart pounds as the reality of what she's survived sinks in. She thanks the officers, leaving the station with a sense of closure mixed with lingering terror. She may never fully understand what she experienced on that dark road, but one thing is clear: something or someone saved her life that night. As she walks away, she can't shake the memory of the silent passenger, his haunted eyes and his final, desperate warning. She knows she'll carry it with her forever, a reminder of the night she narrowly escaped the grip of something evil. And as she glances back one last time at the dark road leading into the woods, she can almost swear she sees him again, a faint shadow lingering at the edge of the trees, watching her with that same empty stare. A silent guardian in the darkness, forever bound to warn those who come too close. Months later, on a cold winter night, Lily drives down a different road, one that's well lit and populated. She's learned to avoid lonely roads and to never accept rides from strangers again. But as she drives, a flash of movement in her rearview mirror catches her eye. Her breath hitches as she glances back. There, in the shadows of her own back seat, she sees a familiar, silent figure, his eyes meeting hers in the mirror for just a moment before he vanishes once more, leaving her with one last, chilling reminder. Never forget. The dread suffocates the air. Lily's heart hammers against her chest as she glances frantically around the car. The woman's hands are deathly still on the wheel, and her eyes, now cold and devoid of warmth, remain fixed on the road ahead. It's as though the world outside has gone silent. No sounds of the wind, no distant noises from passing cars, just the heavy, suffocating quiet inside the vehicle. Lily's fingers tremble as she reaches for the door handle. Locked. She tries again, pulling harder, her body trembling with panic. The window feels like it's closing in on her, the claustrophobic heat of the car pressing down on her. Locked. In that moment, she's consumed by the raw sensation of fear. Her instincts scream for her to flee, to escape whatever nightmarish fate is about to unfold. Her breath is shallow, rapid, her hands slick with sweat. She pulls harder, desperate, until a dry, humorless laugh erupts from the woman beside her. Lily freezes, the sound echoing off the car's walls, hollow and chilling. It's a laugh that holds no warmth, no sympathy, only an eerie knowing, as though the woman had been waiting for this exact moment to break the silence. The laugh dies, but the tension lingers like a heavy fog. The woman doesn't even glance at her, yet Lily can feel her eyes on her. It's as if the woman can see into the very depths of her fear, savoring it. The car begins to slow. Lily's eyes dart to the window, her thoughts racing. Maybe if she could break the glass. The road outside looks deserted, dark, overgrown, and endless. There's nothing but trees on either side, thick and dense, like they're closing in on her. She desperately glances at the lock again, but her mind is too scattered. Her hands are shaking. She has to get out. The car slows even more, the sound of the engine almost fading into the ominous hum of the night. Lily's body tenses in anticipation, her mind struggling to calculate her next move. Then, without warning, the car comes to a stop. The woman turns her head, her neck creaking, and fixes her cold, unblinking gaze on Lily. For a moment, their eyes lock. Lily can't look away. The woman's smile is tight, too wide, like a mask stretching across her face. "We're here," the woman says, her voice flat and unfeeling. The words hang in the air like a death sentence. Lily feels the world around her freeze. Her throat tightens. She looks out the window through the dense forest, beyond the shadows, and the horror of it all settles in. She doesn't know where they are. It's no place she's ever seen before. The silence is unbearable. The woman doesn't move. She doesn't offer a word of explanation, no sign of where they are or what she plans to do next. Lily feels the oppressive weight of the car around her, trapping her in the moment. It's like a dream, no, a nightmare, one she can't escape. Then, the figure in the back seat stirs. Lily's breath catches in her throat as the man in the back seat lifts his head ever so slowly. At first, his movement is so subtle that it seems like a trick of the light, a shadow that shifts in the reflection. But no, it's real. The man's face is gaunt, almost skeletal, his skin a sickly pale gray, eyes sunken into the hollows of his skull. His gaze locks with Lily's in the rear-view mirror. Hollow. Empty. Unblinking. Lily's stomach lurches. The air around her feels thick, suffocating. Her throat is dry, her mind racing for any explanation, any way out of this nightmare. Her legs feel like they won't move, frozen in terror. The man says nothing. Not a word. His mouth is barely visible beneath the thin veil of skin that stretches too tightly over his face. His eyes, though, they speak volumes, a deep, unsettling emptiness that seems to pierce straight through her. His stare is cold, devoid of life, yet somehow knowing. Like he's seen her before. Like he's been waiting. The woman doesn't move. She keeps her gaze fixed on the road, her smile still locked in place. The stillness inside the car is unbearable, and the dread that's been simmering now reaches a boiling point. Lily suddenly realizes the terrifying truth. This isn't just a ride. It's a trap. Lily doesn't think. She reacts. Her hand flies to the door again, this time with all the force she can muster. Her fingers fumble over the lock, but before she can even try to yank it open, the woman's voice breaks the silence once more. "You're not leaving," the woman says in a tone that's cold, final, like a command. The man in the back seat shifts, his eyes never leaving her, and she knows with terrifying certainty that if she stays, she may never leave. Without a second thought, Lily throws open the door and stumbles out into the darkness, her heart pounding in her ears. She can hear the man's footsteps behind her, slow and measured, as if he knows she can't outrun him. As she runs into the trees, she dares not look back, knowing that if she does, she might never escape. The sound of his footfalls grows louder. And then, there's silence. Cut to black. It had been a long, frustrating day. Evan checked his watch again, almost 6 p.m. The bus to his small hometown had been delayed for hours due to an accident further down the highway. He had already missed his connection to the final leg of his journey, and now he was stuck at a desolate bus stop just outside a sleepy town, miles away from where he wanted to be. The chilly autumn air bit at his skin as the dimming light of dusk stretched across the horizon. His phone had died an hour ago, and there was no sign of the bus anytime soon. The only other option now was to wait for another hour, maybe two, for the next bus to come through if it even showed up. But Evan had grown tired of waiting. He wanted to get home. He wanted the warmth of his family's house, the scent of his mother's cooking, the comfort of his old room. He'd spent the entire semester buried in textbooks and assignments, and this holiday break was the first time in months he could finally relax. A quick glance at the empty highway confirmed that there were no other travelers in sight. With a deep breath, Evan made a decision: he would hitchhike. He wasn't exactly thrilled about the idea, but it was better than sitting around, freezing his fingers off while waiting for an uncertain bus. He knew hitchhiking was risky, but this was a small town. Surely, someone would be kind enough to offer him a ride. He stood by the side of the road, thumb out, the quiet hum of distant traffic filling the air. The minutes passed, his hope dwindling with each car that sped by without slowing down. Just as he began to doubt his decision, the low rumble of an approaching engine broke the silence. His heart skipped a beat, and he stepped forward, waving his arm. The vehicle slowed as it neared an old, battered pickup truck, its headlights dim in the fading light. The truck's metal frame was rusted in several spots, and the windshield was cracked. As it pulled up to the curb, the engine sputtered, and the driver's side window creaked down. Evan squinted into the dim light, trying to make out the driver. The man behind the wheel was older than Evan had expected, probably in his mid-50s. His face was weathered and hard, with deep lines carved around his eyes. But it was the scar that caught Evan's attention, a thick, jagged line that ran from his cheekbone to his jaw, pulling the corner of his mouth into a permanent sneer. His other eye, the one unscarred, was cold and unblinking, locking onto Evan's as though he were sizing him up. The man's voice came next, gravelly and low. "Where you headed, kid?" Evan felt a quick twinge of unease but forced a smile. "Just to Reedsville, about 40 miles up the road. Could really use a lift." The man didn't answer immediately, just stared at him for what felt like too long. The air around them grew heavier, and the old truck's headlights bathed them both in an eerie glow. Finally, the man gave a single, curt nod. "Hop in." Evan hesitated for a moment, the weight of uncertainty pressing against his chest. But then he glanced at the empty highway, the night creeping closer, and decided it was better than standing alone in the dark. He opened the passenger door, the rusty hinges groaning as they swung open, and slid into the truck's worn seat. As the truck pulled back onto the highway, Evan tried to shake off the tension that had settled in his gut. The ride had begun, but something about the man, his unsettling stare, the strange way he didn't speak much, kept nagging at Evan's thoughts. The silence in the truck grew thick. Evan shifted uncomfortably, his eyes darting to the man's hands gripping the wheel tightly. Every bump in the road felt magnified, echoing inside the quiet cabin. The truck's engine growled as it picked up speed, the worn tires rumbling against the asphalt. Evan tried to relax, focusing on the hum of the road beneath them. But his mind kept returning to the driver's unsettling presence, the scar that ran like a permanent reminder of something violent, something dangerous. "So, you from around here?" The man's voice broke the silence, low and rough. Evan flinched slightly, startled by the question. He hadn't expected the driver to speak so suddenly, especially after the long stretch of silence. He quickly gathered his thoughts, trying to sound casual. "No," Evan replied, his voice coming out a little more nervous than he intended. "I'm from Reedsville, just heading back for the holidays." The man grunted, his hands still gripping the wheel with white-knuckled intensity. His fingers didn't budge, even as the truck rattled over the uneven road. "Reedsville, huh? Not much there." Evan nodded, forcing a smile. "Yeah, it's small. Not much happens." The man didn't respond. Instead, he glanced at Evan briefly, just a quick flick of his cold eye, and then back to the road. The silence returned, thick and suffocating. Evan tried to look out the window, but all he could see was the blur of trees and fields rushing past. The night was closing in fast, and the only light came from the truck's headlights cutting through the darkness. Minutes passed, but the quiet didn't ease. If anything, it felt like the air between them had grown heavier, more oppressive. Evan's skin prickled. He couldn't shake the feeling that the man was watching him, studying him through the rearview mirror or just out of the corner of his eye. It was like being trapped in a room with someone who knew more about you than they should. Finally, the driver spoke again. "Got family waiting for you?" The question seemed innocent enough, but there was something about the way he asked it that made Evan's heart skip. He had been expecting small talk, "Where are you from?" or "How's the weather?" But this felt different. The question lingered in the air, almost like an accusation. "Yeah," Evan said, forcing himself to sound normal. "My mom, my dad. They'll be glad to see me. It's been a while." The man nodded, but his face remained unreadable. The truck's engine rumbled as it passed through a stretch of trees, the shadows seeming to grow longer with each passing mile. "You ever done any hitchhiking before?" the driver asked, his voice colder now, as if the conversation had shifted into something more pointed. Evan stiffened. He'd hitchhiked a few times in the past, but something about this felt wrong. The driver's voice, low, controlled, was starting to unsettle him. "A couple of times, yeah," Evan replied, trying to keep his tone casual. "Nothing too serious." The man didn't say anything for a while, but the silence between them seemed different now, heavier, more charged. "You don't ever worry about the people you're riding with?" the man asked, his voice soft but dripping with an edge Evan couldn't quite place. Evan's stomach churned. He wasn't sure what to say. He glanced at the driver, the scar still a stark reminder of the man's past, but there was something else in his eyes now, a strange gleam, like he was testing Evan, pushing him to reveal something. Something that made the hairs on the back of Evan's neck stand on end. "No," Evan replied, trying to sound more confident than he felt. "I just trust my gut. I figure most people are okay." The man's lips twisted into a faint smile, though it didn't reach his eyes. "That's good. A lot of people don't have a gut for it. Especially when they're in the wrong place." Evan's breath caught in his throat. He turned his gaze to the dark road ahead, feeling an oppressive weight in the air. The night had fallen completely now, and the truck's headlights were the only things that pierced the thick darkness surrounding them. It was too late to turn back. He was already committed, trapped in the cab with a man whose eyes seemed to see straight through him. A man whose questions were becoming more and more unsettling with every mile. The truck's headlights sliced through the darkness, illuminating nothing but empty road ahead. Evan couldn't shake the feeling that they were miles away from anywhere. The trees lining the side of the highway were thick, their silhouettes looming in the low light like dark sentinels watching over them. "You ever worried about getting lost out here?" The man's voice again, cutting through the silence like a blade. Evan swallowed, his throat dry. "No. I mean, not really. I've driven this way before." The driver's lips twitched at the corners, though his eyes remained fixed ahead, unblinking. "You ever wonder if the road just takes people?" His tone was oddly casual, as if he were discussing the weather, but the words themselves hung in the air like a threat. Evan shivered, rubbing his arms against the chill. "What do you mean?" he asked, trying to sound disinterested, but his voice betrayed him there was an edge to it now. The man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he slowed the truck as they passed an old, dilapidated sign on the side of the road. "This used to be a big place," the driver said, his gaze flicking to the sign, then back to the road. "But the people left. They all left, and it's been quiet ever since. Kinda like most places." Evan didn't respond, his pulse quickening. The silence in the truck was now thick, suffocating. The conversation felt like it was spinning out of control, taking turns he didn't want to follow. Why was the man talking like this? The road stretched on, endless and unyielding. The dim light of the dashboard flickered occasionally, casting fleeting shadows across the driver's scarred face. Evan couldn't look away. The scar seemed to have a life of its own, an ugly reminder of whatever dark past the man was hiding. It twisted around his cheek, pulling the skin taut, as though he were permanently locked in some kind of silent agony. For the briefest moment, Evan thought he saw something, just a flicker in the man's unblinking eye. It was the slightest movement, but it was enough to make Evan's stomach lurch. "You're not from here, are you?" The man's voice was softer now, almost conversational, though it carried an unsettling weight. Evan frowned, his gaze flicking to the road, trying to force the tension from his shoulders. "No. Just passing through. I'm from Reedsville." The man gave a short, sharp laugh, but it wasn't one of humor. It was a hollow, humorless sound that made Evan's blood run cold. "Reedsville's got a way of pulling people in. You'll see. The driver's words felt like a prediction, his voice almost too knowing. Evan's heart skipped a beat. What was that supposed to mean? He could feel the hairs on the back of his neck stand up as he glanced over at the driver again, his grip tightening on the door handle. Something was horribly wrong here, but he couldn't put his finger on it. The quiet stretches of road, the driver's unsettling words, the way his presence seemed to close in on him, it all felt too much. They passed a lone farmhouse in the distance, its windows dark, its silhouette barely visible against the horizon. The truck seemed to slow slightly, and for a moment, Evan caught the glint of something shiny, a glimmer of movement near the farmhouse. Was someone watching them? His breath caught. No, it was nothing. Just the wind, or his nerves. Just your nerves, he told himself, trying to calm the racing thoughts that surged through his head. But the growing sense of danger gnawed at him, relentless and suffocating. Before he could say anything, the truck came to a sudden stop. Evan's body jolted forward, bracing himself against the dash as the truck's engine sputtered to a halt. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, the silence deafening. The man didn't speak. He didn't even move. The only sound was the faint hum of the engine, and the low rustle of the trees in the distance. Evan looked out the window, his mind racing. They were miles from the nearest town, the road ahead stretched into nothingness. There was no sign of life here. Nothing. Then, through the haze of the truck's dim lights, Evan saw a small gas station up ahead. The lights flickered, and the faint outline of a building was barely visible against the night. Maybe he could get out, call someone. Get away from this guy. But before Evan could say anything, the driver's voice broke through the silence again. You'll want to be careful in places like this, the man said, his tone soft, almost gentle. Not everyone who gets on the road makes it off. The truck's engine rumbled again as the man put it in gear and began moving toward the gas station. The eerie silence of the night seemed to press in around them, the air thick with unspoken tension. Evan's mind raced, trying to make sense of what was happening. He couldn't shake the feeling that every mile they drove was pushing him further into danger. The gas station came into view, its flickering neon lights casting an unnatural glow across the deserted stretch of road. It looked like it hadn't seen a customer in years. The pumps were old, their nozzles caked in rust. The building itself was dark, save for a lone light above the door. It felt like a place stuck in time, frozen in a moment that didn't belong in the present. Evan's heart pounded in his chest. He had been hoping for some kind of normalcy, some sign of safety, but this wasn't it. This place, it didn't feel right. It felt abandoned. Like someone or something had been waiting for him to arrive. As the truck rolled to a stop near the pumps, Evan glanced nervously around. The night was still, too still. Not a single sound except the faint hum of the truck's engine and the soft rustle of leaves in the distance. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end as he realized how isolated they were. The driver didn't move immediately. He sat there for a long moment, staring straight ahead, as though he were waiting for something or someone. Then, without warning, he turned toward Evan. You'll want to go inside and use the phone, the driver said, his voice low. I can't go in there. But you go ahead. Evan blinked, confused. Why can't you go in? The man's cold, unblinking eye met his, and for a split second, Evan thought he saw something flicker in the driver's expression, something almost like a warning. But the moment passed quickly, and the man's face returned to its usual unreadable grimness. It's better if you don't ask questions, the man said gruffly, his tone final. Just go. Get your phone call. I'll wait here. Evan felt a knot tighten in his stomach. Something was terribly off about this. He needed to leave. Now. But he didn't want to risk angering the driver, not when he didn't know what kind of man he was dealing with. With a shaky breath, Evan nodded and reached for the door handle, his pulse pounding in his ears. "Okay," he muttered, trying to sound calm, but his voice trembled. He stepped out of the truck, his feet unsteady on the cracked asphalt. As he walked toward the gas station's door, he glanced over his shoulder, half expecting the driver to follow him or call out. But the truck remained silent, the man still sitting behind the wheel, his unblinking gaze fixed on Evan's every move. Evan pushed open the door of the gas station, the old bell above it ringing faintly. Inside, the space was dark and cold, the air heavy with the scent of dust and stale coffee. There was no one behind the counter, but a small radio played softly in the background, its static cutting in and out. The place felt like a ghost town. He could see an old phone hanging on the wall near the back, its cord tangled, like it hadn't been used in years. He crossed the room quickly, hard hammering, and reached for the phone. But just as his fingers brushed against it, a voice crackled over the radio. "Escaped convict still at large, last seen near the outskirts of Reedsville. Authorities are urging anyone with information to come forward." Evan's hand froze. He glanced over at the radio, his stomach dropping. The news report was cutting in and out, but the part that got through made his blood run cold. Escaped convict with distinguishing features, deep scar on the left side of his face, one eye missing, dangerous, and believed to be armed. His breath caught in his throat. The description matched the driver perfectly. The man in the truck. The scar. The cold, unblinking eye. The way he barely spoke. A chill ran down Evan's spine as the implications began to sink in. He was sitting in a truck with an escaped convict. A dangerous man. A man who had somehow known exactly where he would be, who had offered him a ride as if it were all part of some sick plan. Evan's heart raced, his mind spiraling into panic. What was he supposed to do? How could he get out of this situation? The driver was right outside, watching, waiting. And Evan had no idea what he was capable of. His eyes darted around the gas station, looking for any sign of help, any way out. But there was nothing. Nothing but the dark road ahead, the looming presence of the truck, and the man with the scar. As Evan slowly reached for the phone, he heard the soft creak of the gas station door opening behind him. It was him. The driver had followed him inside. Evan hesitates at the side of the road, his thumb hovering in the cool evening air. The truck that pulls over is old, with chipped paint and a rusted bumper that seems to have weathered years of neglect. The engine rumbles loudly as the door creaks open, revealing the driver, a man with a deep scar across his cheek and a hardened expression. His eyes are a pale, almost unnatural shade of gray, unblinking as they scan Evan up and down. The silence that falls between them is thick, and for a split second, Evan wonders if he should just turn around and wait for the bus. But the thought of standing alone on the side of the road as the sky darkens and the temperature drops makes him rethink. The man's gruff voice cuts through the silence. "Where you headed?" Evan swallows his nerves. "Home. Hometown, actually. Been a long semester." He tries to sound casual, but the man's expression doesn't change. He simply nods, as if the answer is irrelevant. Without waiting for another word, the driver gestures to the passenger seat. "Get in." Evan hesitates again, but something about the desolate stretch of road, the bitter cold, and the growing sense of isolation pushes him to climb in. The truck smells faintly of mildew and gasoline. The leather seats are cracked and worn, the fabric of the upholstery frayed in places. The man's knuckles grip the steering wheel with such intensity that his veins are visible under his pale skin. He doesn't look at Evan as the engine roars to life and they pull away from the curb. The truck rattles along the empty road, the tires humming softly on the asphalt. The radio is off, and the only sound between them is the steady rumble of the engine and the occasional creak of the truck's suspension. Evan can't shake the feeling of being trapped, but the man's stoic silence makes him unsure how to start a conversation. After a few miles, the silence becomes almost unbearable. Then, As if sensing Evan's discomfort, the driver suddenly speaks. "You got family waiting for you." His voice is low and gravelly, his tone almost casual, but the question feels oddly pointed. Evan shifts in his seat, unsure how to respond. Yeah, my parents. And my little brother." The words come out too easily, and he immediately regrets it. There's something in the way the man asks that makes Evan feel like he's giving away too much. The driver doesn't respond at first, but his fingers tighten on the wheel, his knuckles turning white. He glances briefly at Evan through the rearview mirror, and the look he gives is sharp, unsettling, too quick, almost as if he's sizing him up. His eyes linger a fraction too long before he returns his focus to the road. "So, your little brother," the driver continues, his voice smooth but heavy, like he's savoring the sound of Evan's words. "How old is he?" Evan's stomach turns. He's 15. "Why?" The man doesn't answer immediately. The silence that follows feels thick, pressing in on Evan, as though the air in the truck has grown heavier. The driver's eyes never leave the road, but there's a slight twitch in his jaw. It's small, almost imperceptible, but Evan catches it. "You close with your brother?" the driver asks, his voice more clipped now. Evan's mouth goes dry. He shifts uncomfortably in his seat, trying to ignore the creeping suspicion that the man isn't just making small talk. There's something deliberate about his questioning, something probing, as if he's digging for details about Evan's life. Yeah, we're close." Evan doesn't know why he's answering, but the man's tone almost forces him to. His mind races as he searches for a way to change the subject. But the driver doesn't let him off the hook. Instead, he asks, "You ever been in any trouble?" The question hangs in the air, and Evan's heart skips a beat. "What do you mean?" he replies, trying to sound casual, but the tightness in his chest gives away his discomfort. "Like, with the law," the driver says, his voice just a little too calm. "Ever get into trouble with the law?" Evan feels a chill run down his spine. His mind flashes to the few close calls he's had: speeding tickets, a few underage drinking incidents, but none of them were serious. He brushes it off with a nervous laugh. "Not really," he says, trying to dismiss the unease settling in his gut. "Just dumb stuff, you know." The driver nods, but the air in the truck grows thick again. The man's eyes flicker to the side for a brief moment, his expression unreadable. The truck continues to hum along the darkened highway, and Evan can't shake the feeling that they're getting farther and farther from anything familiar, anything safe. The next few miles pass in near silence. The headlights of the truck cut through the darkness ahead, but all around them, the road is empty. No other cars, no signs of life. The driver's grip on the wheel never loosens, and Evan can feel his own pulse racing in his neck, a steady thrum of anxiety that won't go away. Finally, the driver speaks again, his voice soft, almost like he's whispering to himself. "Some people, they don't get a second chance." Evan's breath catches in his throat, his eyes flicking toward the driver. There's something in his voice, something dark and knowing, that sends a ripple of fear through him. The words hang in the air, heavy and oppressive, as the truck continues to speed through the lonely night. The minutes stretch on like hours, and Evan can feel the oppressive silence weighing heavily on him. His fingers twitch, wanting to grab his phone, but he quickly dismisses the thought: no signal out here, and besides, he doesn't want to give the driver any reason to suspect he's nervous. The truck lurches slightly as the road curves, but the driver doesn't seem to notice. He's locked in his own world, his eyes fixed ahead, his jaw set in a tight, unyielding line. Evan's own mind races, but he can't seem to focus. He's vaguely aware of the night swallowing them up: no more streetlights, no other vehicles, just the endless stretch of blacktop cutting through the darkness. The trees on either side of the road seem to press closer with every mile, the canopy above blocking out the stars. It feels like they're in some kind of vacuum, isolated, far from anything that could offer help. Evan shifts uncomfortably in his seat, his eyes darting to the man's hands once more. The driver's knuckles are still white, his grip unshakable. Every now and then, the truck's engine revs slightly, and Evan can't tell if it's the man's foot on the gas or something else, something deeper. The man's next question comes out of nowhere, shattering the silence. You ever think about what happens to people who don't make it home? Evan blinks, confused by the sudden shift in the conversation. His heart skips a beat as his mind struggles to catch up. What do you mean? He asks, trying to sound casual, but it comes out more like a stutter. The driver's eyes flick briefly toward him, the corner of his mouth twitching as if he's amused by Evan's response. You know. People who just vanish. Out here. On these roads. Evan's stomach clenches, a tight knot forming in his gut. The way the driver says it so matter-of-factly chills him to the bone. It's as though the man knows something that Evan doesn't, something hidden just beneath the surface of this peaceful, isolated stretch of highway. I don't know, Evan mutters, trying to laugh it off, but it's hollow. I've never really thought about it. Guess it happens, though, right? The driver doesn't respond right away. His fingers twitch against the steering wheel, a barely noticeable movement, but Evan sees it. His eyes flick to the rearview mirror again, locking on the reflection of the driver's face. There's something cold and unreadable in those pale eyes. For a split second, Evan wonders if the man is looking at him, really looking at him through the mirror. The driver clears his throat, his voice low and deliberate. Most people think it's just bad luck, a wrong turn, a flat tire, a hitchhiker who never made it. He pauses, and the truck rumbles over a rough patch of road, sending a jolt through Evan's body. But that's not always the case. Evan's pulse quickens. His eyes flick to the side of the road, nothing but endless trees and darkness. They've been driving for what feels like forever, the miles slipping by unnoticed. It's late. Too late for a ride with a stranger. He could ask the driver to pull over at the next town, but something in the man's demeanor tells him that might be a very bad idea. Is that so? Evan replies, his voice tight, a forced chuckle escaping his lips. So what, you think people just disappear out here? Like, on purpose? The driver doesn't answer right away. His lips press into a thin line, and his grip on the steering wheel tightens even more. The air in the truck seems to get thicker, and Evan's throat feels dry, like he's struggling to breathe. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the driver speaks. Sometimes it's not the road that makes them disappear. Evan's heart skips a beat. The words hang in the air, heavy and suffocating. He feels the weight of them settle on him, an invisible pressure building in the confined space of the truck. The driver's eyes don't move from the road, but there's an unmistakable change in his tone, something darker, more intent. Evan's mind races. What do you mean by that? The driver glances at him again, this time with a slow, deliberate motion, like he's studying Evan, measuring his reaction. The truck speeds on, the hum of the engine filling the silence between them, but it's the kind of silence that makes Evan's skin crawl. It's a silence that speaks volumes of things unsaid, of intentions hidden just beneath the surface. They say when you meet someone like me, the driver murmurs, you never get the chance to tell anyone else about it. Evan feels a cold shiver creep up his spine. The words don't register right away, too surreal, too impossible to understand. But the way the driver says it, the way he lets the words hang there, in the thick, suffocating air between them, makes Evan's stomach churn. The truck's headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the empty road ahead, but Evan can't shake the feeling that something is closing in, something unseen, something terrible. Before he can respond, the truck jerks violently as it hits a pothole, snapping Evan out of his fearful thoughts. He looks over at the driver, whose hands are still clenched tightly on the wheel, his face expressionless, as though nothing at all has happened. The truck continues to rattle down the empty highway, the road ahead stretching endlessly into the night, and Evan knows one thing for sure: he has to get out of this truck. But is it already too late? Evan's pulse is pounding in his ears now. The truck jolts again as it hits another pothole, but this time, Evan doesn't flinch. His whole body is tense, coiled, ready to bolt at the first sign of danger. His mind races through all the possible ways to escape the situation, but each idea feels more impossible than the last. The driver, however, remains eerily calm, his grip on the wheel still unshakable. It's as if he's in complete control, completely unfazed by the unnerving silence that clings to the air. Evan steals another glance at him, trying to read his face in the dim light cast by the truck's dashboard. But the man's expression is cold, distant, a mask hiding something dark, something dangerous. Suddenly, the driver speaks again, his voice low and measured. Ever wonder why people disappear on roads like this? In the middle of nowhere. His eyes flick to Evan for just a split second, and there's something predatory in his gaze, something that sends a fresh wave of fear washing over Evan. Evan doesn't respond right away. He's too afraid that any word, any movement, might set the driver off. But the question lingers, hanging in the air, unanswered. The driver's voice cuts through the tension again, almost casual this time. It's not always the roads that take them, you know. Sometimes it's the people driving them. Evan's stomach lurches. His eyes dart to the side of the road again, his breath coming faster now. The trees have grown denser, the landscape increasingly desolate. There's nothing but the endless stretch of dark highway ahead. He's been on the road for so long now that he's lost track of time, but the isolation, the creeping dread, those are impossible to ignore. A sudden flicker of light catches Evan's attention. A gas station, up ahead. His heart skips a beat as he realizes it's the first sign of life he's seen in miles. The truck roars louder as the driver accelerates toward the dimly lit station, the headlights reflecting off the grimy windows of the small convenience store. As they pull into the station, the truck rumbles to a stop by the pump. The driver doesn't say a word, he just shifts the truck into park and keeps his eyes fixed on the road, his hands still tightly gripping the steering wheel. Evan can barely make out the flickering neon lights of the gas station sign. The place looks deserted, and there's an eerie silence hanging in the air, almost too quiet. Evan doesn't wait. He opens the door, his heart hammering in his chest, and he's out of the truck in a flash. The cold night air hits him like a slap, but it's a relief. Anything is better than being in that truck with the driver. The station is empty, no one in sight, but there's a faint hum from the flickering lights overhead. Evan hesitates for a moment, unsure of what to do. Should he call the police? Should he just run? His mind races as his eyes dart over the place, searching for any sign of help. Then, as he steps toward the gas station's glass door, he hears the sound of a voice. It's coming from the small, crackling radio outside the station, the kind they always leave running to attract customers. The news report drifts toward him, muffled but clear enough to make out a few key words. Escaped convict, dangerous, last seen near Route 17, description matching, male, scars on his face. Evan freezes. His blood runs cold as the voice on the radio continues, describing the escaped convict in chilling detail. The man behind the wheel. The man with the scar. Evan turns slowly, his eyes wide with fear, and glances back at the truck. It's parked just a few feet away, the engine idling, the headlights still casting an eerie glow over the empty station. His breath catches in his throat. The truck's door is still wide open. The driver, he's gone. Evan's heart races even faster now, panic beginning to set in. He doesn't know what to do, where to turn. He wants to run, but his legs feel like they're made of stone, frozen in place. The air around him feels thick, suffocating. The radio's voice continues in the background, a harsh reminder of the danger that's now standing just outside the door. The ground beneath Evan's feet seems to shift, like the earth itself is closing in around him. He looks up and down the empty highway, but there's no sign of the driver, no sign of anyone, really. The gas station, the road, everything feels empty, abandoned, like some kind of cruel illusion. Then, the sudden, unmistakable sound of footsteps behind him makes Evan spin around. It's the driver. The man is standing just a few feet away, his silhouette framed by the faint glow of the station lights. The scar on his face is visible even in the dim light, the pale skin stretching across his features in a way that makes Evan's stomach churn. He's standing motionless, watching Evan with those cold, unblinking eyes. "Going somewhere?" the driver asks, his voice eerily calm. Evan's heart thuds in his chest. He knows, without a doubt, that he's not just dealing with a strange hitchhiker anymore. This man, this monster, has been hunting him the whole time. The driver's hand hovers in the air for just a moment, and for the first time, Evan sees something flash in the man's eyes, a gleam, almost like a predator sizing up its prey. Evan's breath catches in his throat. His body is screaming at him to move, to do anything, but his limbs feel frozen, as though the terror has rooted him to the spot. The driver's hand slowly lowers, and Evan's pulse spikes. The man's fingers curl, almost as if testing the air, his knuckles brushing against Evan's sleeve. There's no aggression in the movement, but the way the driver does it, so deliberate, so unhurried, sends a jolt of panic coursing through Evan's veins. He feels like a trapped animal, surrounded by silence and the cold, cruel stare of the driver. The man's voice is barely a whisper, his words cutting through the heavy air like a blade. "I know what you're thinking," he murmurs, his gaze now locked on Evan's eyes. "You're wondering if you should run, if you should scream. But here's the thing, kid. There's nowhere to go." Evan's breath comes in shallow bursts, his mind racing, heart thumping in his chest like a war drum. Every instinct is telling him to run, but his feet remain rooted to the spot. He wants to scream for help, but the words get stuck in his throat. The gas station is empty. The highway is desolate. It's just him and the driver. The driver steps back slightly, giving Evan a moment's space, but it's not enough. The air between them feels thick, like it's closing in. The driver's eyes never leave Evan's, and there's something so unsettling in the way the man watches him, as if he's seen all of Evan's fears, every shadow of doubt that has crossed his mind. It's like the man knows everything about him, everything Evan wishes he could forget. And then, with a soft chuckle, the driver says, "You really think I'm here by accident, don't you?" Evan's mind scrambles to catch up. "What are you talking about?" he manages to rasp, his throat dry. The driver leans in, his face now inches from Evan's. The scar on his cheek stretches, pulling taut with the movement, and Evan can't look away. The man's voice is chillingly calm as he speaks, each word heavy with menace. "I've been watching you for days," the driver says softly. "I know who you are. What you've done. You think I'm just some random stranger? Think again, kid. This is fate." Evan feels a cold sweat break out on the back of his neck, his body trembling. The world around him seems to blur, the ground unsteady beneath his feet. Every rational thought he had is slipping away, replaced by a deep, primal sense of danger that gnaws at his insides. His eyes dart to the truck, still parked by the pump, the engine quietly humming as though waiting. The driver hasn't moved, hasn't taken his eyes off Evan. It's as if he's daring him to make a move, to try and break free. But every option seems impossible. And then, as though sensing Evan's thoughts, the driver leans even closer, his breath hot against Evan's ear. "Go ahead. Try to run. But you'll never outrun me. You'll never escape." The words hit Evan like a physical blow. His stomach flips. The terror rises, clawing at his throat. He knows, without a doubt, that the driver is not just playing games. This man is dangerous. This man is something far worse than a mere hitchhiker. The realization crashes down on Evan. This wasn't random. This was never random. He was chosen. Just as Evan opens his mouth to scream, a faint noise from the truck catches his attention. A sound. A thud. A creaking door. The driver's eyes narrow. "You should have never gotten in," he says, his tone dark and final. The door to the truck creaks open. The truck's engine hums steadily as Evan settles into the passenger seat. He tries to relax, but the silence feels suffocating. The man driving, the one with the scarred face, keeps his eyes fixed on the road, his hands gripping the steering wheel with unnerving tension. It's as though he's steering the truck through more than just the empty roads, but through some darker, invisible path that only he understands. The minutes tick by, heavy and oppressive, and then the man finally speaks, his voice low and gravelly. "Got family waiting for you?" The question is direct, too direct for Evan's comfort, but he forces himself to answer. "Yeah," Evan says, trying to keep his tone casual. "I'm heading back to see my folks for the holidays." The driver's eyes flick to him for a fraction of a second, and then they return to the road. There's something off about the way he looks, like he's memorizing Evan's face. "Friends?" the driver asks, his gaze now fixed on the rearview mirror. "You got friends back home?" Evan hesitates. The question feels too personal, too probing, especially considering how little they've spoken. "Sure," he answers, trying to sound nonchalant. "A few. Nothing special." The silence creeps back in, thicker than before. Evan glances out the window, watching the countryside stretch endlessly around them. The familiar sights of civilization are gone, replaced by dense forests and winding roads that seem to disappear into the black night. The headlights of the truck barely cut through the darkness, and the occasional flicker of old streetlights gives off an eerie glow. The driver continues to ask questions, each one more intrusive than the last. "Where do you live?" "In the city." He doesn't even wait for Evan's response before adding, "You ever been in trouble?" The question hangs in the air, too sudden, too loaded. Evan shifts uncomfortably in his seat. "No, just college stuff," Evan says quickly, attempting to steer the conversation away. He tries to inject some levity into his voice, as if to reassure himself. "Just trying to get through finals and, survive the holidays." "You ever go home for the holidays?" The driver's eyes narrow ever so slightly, as if the question hit a nerve. He grunts, barely acknowledging the attempt at small talk. "Home's just a place. It's overrated." Evan frowns, not knowing how to respond to that, so he opts for silence. The man doesn't seem to mind. He starts humming a low, monotone tune, a weird, offbeat melody that sends a shiver down Evan's spine. There's something unsettling about the way the tune never changes, never crescendos. It's steady, like a constant hum that lingers in the background. Evan starts to feel like he's being watched. Not just by the driver, but by something else, something unseen in the dark spaces between the trees outside the truck. His thoughts race. Why does the driver keep asking about his family? His friends? It doesn't make sense. People don't ask such personal questions when they're just giving someone a ride. The unease in the pit of his stomach tightens. "Do your folks know you're coming home tonight?" The driver's voice cuts through Evan's thoughts, and he's caught off guard by the question. There's a sharpness in the driver's tone now, as if he's expecting something more. "How long's it been since you saw them?" Not long," Evan stammers. He clears his throat. "A couple of months. Finals and all that." The driver nods slowly, his eyes never leaving the road, but Evan sees his hand tighten on the wheel. His knuckles, pale and taut, betray a growing tension. "I bet they're waiting for you," the driver mutters, his voice now lower, almost conspiratorial. Everyone's got someone waiting for them. His words hang in the air like a threat. Evan's heart skips a beat, the weight of the moment crashing down on him. He wants to ask the driver to turn the truck around, to let him out, but the road ahead is long and winding, the darkness swallowing everything in its path. The silence drags on again, this time suffocating, broken only by the hum of the truck's engine and the occasional murmur of the driver. Evan is starting to feel like he's suffocating in the confines of the truck. And then, as if sensing Evan's discomfort, the driver says, "You ever think about who's waiting for you? What they'd do if you never came home?" The words are sharp, cutting through the thick silence like a knife. Evan's stomach twists in knots. The way the man says it, it's as if he already knows something Evan doesn't. The air in the truck thickens, and Evan can feel his breath catch in his throat. Suddenly, the truck hits a pothole, jerking Evan forward in his seat. The driver doesn't flinch, but Evan's mind races. Why does the driver care so much? What is he really after? Evan tries to ignore the growing sense of dread crawling up his spine, but it's impossible to shake off. The driver's questions, though seemingly innocent, are unsettling. They feel like layers of a puzzle he can't quite put together. Each question digs deeper into Evan's life, but none of the answers seem to satisfy the man. Ever had any run-ins with the law? The driver asks, his eyes still locked on the road, but his jaw clenched tight as if he's holding something back. The question hangs in the air longer than is comfortable. "No, just minor stuff, you know, parking tickets and speeding," Evan says, trying to laugh it off, but the words come out more strained than he intends. It's a lie, of course. There was that time when he and his friends had gotten caught drinking underage at a party, but nothing serious. Just some warning from the police. Nothing that would make the driver look at him the way he is now, like he's sizing him up, like he knows more than Evan is willing to admit. The truck rolls over another pothole, jarring Evan from his thoughts. He grips the door handle tighter, his knuckles white. The dark landscape outside has become even more isolated, with only the occasional flash of tree branches in the headlights. He can't shake the feeling that the man's scarred face is watching him, even when he's not looking directly at him. The driver doesn't say anything for a moment, his gaze fixed forward. But the silence is thick, and Evan feels it pressing down on him, suffocating him. His eyes dart nervously to the man's hands on the wheel. The fingers are large and rough, worn by years of hard labor. But it's the scar, the jagged line across his cheek, that unsettles him the most. It's almost as if the scar is alive, as if it tells a story of its own. Evan tries not to look at it, but it's impossible not to. It's a mark that speaks of violence, of someone who has lived through things most people could only imagine in nightmares. "Did you know," the driver suddenly says, his voice low and even, "people who disappear, they don't always leave a trace. You think people would notice if you didn't show up at your family's house this year?" Evan's heart skips a beat. He blinks, unsure if he heard the driver right. "What do you mean?" His voice comes out sharp, but he tries to mask the anxiety creeping in. The driver's eyes flick to him briefly, and then his gaze returns to the road. "I mean, if you just didn't make it. If you weren't there, would anyone notice?" His words are so calm, so deliberate, as if he's testing Evan's response, watching him for any crack in his demeanor. Evan feels a cold sweat form on the back of his neck. This conversation, this entire ride, is starting to feel like a game he doesn't know the rules to. And the man with the scar is the one holding all the cards. I don't know what you mean," Evan says, his voice now trembling slightly. "I just want to get home for the holidays, that's all." The truck's headlights catch something ahead in the road, a shape, just barely visible. A shadow crosses in front of them, and for a split second, Evan wonders if it's another person standing on the side of the road, another hitchhiker. But no, the figure vanishes into the trees as quickly as it appeared. "Sometimes," the driver continues, His tone still eerily calm. People's families don't even realize they're gone for a while. You ever think about that? The unease settles deeper in Evan's chest, suffocating him. His breath feels shallow now, as though the air in the truck is becoming thicker, harder to breathe. He can feel his pulse pounding in his temples, each beat echoing louder and louder. Why is the driver asking these questions? Why does he keep bringing up disappearing? Suddenly, the truck lurches forward, breaking the tension. The headlights flash across an old, rusted road sign up ahead. Welcome to Hollow Creek. The small town, where Evan's family lives, is still miles away, but this moment feels like a turning point, like they passed some invisible threshold that Evan can't go back from. The driver's hands grip the wheel even tighter as they approach the sign. Evan notices the man's scar twitch when the truck passes it, almost like it's a reflex. A dark, cold feeling crawls up Evan's spine. Is it just his imagination, or did the man just react to the name of the town? Ever been to Hollow Creek? The driver asks, his eyes flicking to Evan's face. Evan stiffens, his throat going dry. Yeah, it's where I'm from. The driver gives a sharp nod, then falls silent again. The hum of the truck is the only sound as they continue down the road, but the air inside the cab is thick with tension. Evan feels the weight of the driver's questions hanging over him, like a storm waiting to break. He can't help it anymore. His nerves are frayed, the strange behavior of the man pushing him to his limits. He glances nervously out the window again. He should have never gotten in the truck. Something about this feels wrong, so wrong. Hey, Evan says, his voice shaky but determined. Can you pull over? I just need a minute. For the first time since they started talking, the driver's eyes flicker with something like interest. You sure? Yeah, Evan replies quickly. Just a quick stop, please. The driver doesn't say anything, but after a long pause, he turns the steering wheel and pulls the truck to the side of the road, stopping under a dimly lit street lamp. The truck's engine idles, and for a moment, everything is eerily still. The silence outside feels like a void, as if the world around them is holding its breath. Evan doesn't wait for the driver to speak. He throws open the door, his feet hitting the gravel as quickly as he can manage. His mind races with thoughts of running, of just getting away from the man with the scar, but his legs feel heavy, sluggish. Before he can take a step, the driver's voice rings out, low and sharp, "Don't go too far, Evan." The night has a way of swallowing people whole. Evan freezes, the words sinking into him like stones in his stomach. He doesn't dare turn around, but he knows, deep down, that the driver is watching him, waiting for him to make his next move. They finally pull into a small, dimly lit gas station that looks like it's barely open. The old neon sign flickers as if on its last breath, casting an eerie glow over the empty parking lot. Evan's unease has now grown into full-blown dread, but he tries to keep his expression calm as he thanks the driver and steps out of the truck. Mind if I use the restroom? Evan asks, keeping his tone casual, hiding the nervous tremor in his voice. The driver merely nods, his eyes narrowing slightly as he watches Evan walk into the gas station store. As Evan enters, a bell above the door chimes, breaking the silence inside. The station is nearly deserted, save for a bored-looking clerk who barely glances up. Evan heads toward the restroom, but something catches his eye: a small television sitting on a dusty shelf near the counter. The clerk is watching it with mild interest, and Evan catches snippets of a news report. Curiosity getting the better of him, Evan slows his steps, straining to hear the newscaster's words. Authorities are urging the public to be on alert, says the reporter in a grave tone. A man recently escaped from state prison late last night, and he is considered dangerous and likely armed. He was last seen traveling in a blue pickup truck. The camera cuts to a police sketch of the convict, a man with a heavily scarred face and a cold, almost lifeless gaze. Evan's blood turns to ice as he realizes that the face on the screen is an uncanny match for the driver waiting in the truck outside. The report continues, and Evan's eyes are glued to the screen, his heart pounding louder with every word. The description couldn't be more spot on: the scar cutting across the cheek, the dark, piercing eyes, the gruff demeanor. His mind races, replaying the last hour, the strange questions, the cold stares, the tightening grip on the steering wheel. Evan swallows hard, trying to make sense of it. He glances toward the door, where the shadowy silhouette of the truck looms under the gas station lights. He can see the driver's figure through the windshield, waiting, eyes fixed on the entrance, as if watching for him. His instincts scream at him to run, but a cold sweat breaks out as he realizes the situation he's in. He looks over at the gas station clerk, wondering if he should say something. The clerk, noticing his pale face, gives him a curious look. "You all right there, kid?" the clerk asks in a low voice. Evan opens his mouth, but the words die in his throat. He doesn't want to cause a scene, but he also doesn't want to step foot back in that truck. He nods faintly and forces a shaky smile, pretending to act normal. Then, as if on cue, the driver's hand raises to wave him back toward the truck, and his mouth curls into a strange smile that sends shivers down Evan's spine. The driver's eyes hold a glint of something unsettling, something he can't quite read: anticipation, perhaps, or malice. The clerk, sensing Evan's discomfort, mutters under his breath, "Watch yourself out there. Not everyone's what they seem." The words seem innocuous but cut through the air like a knife. Evan glances at the restroom, thinking about hiding, buying himself a few moments to figure out what to do. But he knows the man is waiting, watching his every move. He feels trapped, caught between the claustrophobic walls of the gas station and the dark, ominous road beyond. The door's chime rings again, and Evan jolts, realizing that time is running out. The longer he waits, the angrier or more suspicious the driver might get. The news report fades out, and Evan stands frozen in place, knowing that the moment he steps outside, he may be at the mercy of a dangerous stranger. Evan glances back at the small TV, as if hoping for a last-minute update, something that will tell him this is all just a coincidence. But the station has switched to another story. The convict's face lingers in his mind, his heart hammering as he realizes he might be looking at a killer who has nothing left to lose. He risks another look outside, and his blood runs cold. The driver has stepped out of the truck. He's leaning against the side, arms crossed, his scarred face illuminated by the dim, flickering gas station light. The man's eyes seem to bore into him even from a distance, unblinking and cold, as if he's counting the seconds until Evan comes back. The driver's lips move in what almost looks like a whisper, mouthing words Evan can't make out. But the expression on his face is unmistakable, a mix of impatience and warning. Evan's mind races. Maybe he should just stay inside, ask the clerk to call the police. But what if the man decides to come in after him? The gas station is empty, the surrounding area deserted. He'd be trapped in here with no escape if the man tried anything. Then, almost instinctively, Evan reaches into his pocket for his phone, thinking he could call someone, anyone, to help him. But as he unlocks it, he sees the dreaded no signal in the corner of the screen. It's as if fate has sealed him into this isolated pocket of darkness with no help in sight. Suddenly, the clerk clears his throat, drawing Evan's attention back. The clerk's expression has shifted, he looks tense, his gaze flicking from Evan to the driver standing outside. "Look," he says quietly, leaning over the counter, "if you're in trouble, we've got a back door. Leads to a side road. Not much back there, but at least it's away from the highway." Evan hesitates. He looks at the clerk, feeling a small spark of hope. But just as he's about to ask for more details, the bell above the door jingles, and Evan's heart nearly stops. The driver is standing in the doorway, his silhouette framed by the weak light from the parking lot. He looks even more menacing up close, his scarred face shadowed in a way that makes him look almost monstrous. His eyes lock onto Evan, expression flat, unreadable, but somehow darker than before. "Everything all right in here?" the driver asks, his voice carrying a hint of something dangerous. The way he draws out the words feels like a veiled threat. Evan forces a smile, feeling a cold sweat on the back of his neck. Yeah. Just needed to stretch my legs," he says, voice cracking slightly. The driver raises an eyebrow, his mouth curling into a thin, humorless smile. He glances at the clerk, sizing him up before turning his full attention back to Evan. "Ready to go?" he asks, his tone deceptively casual, but with a slight edge that makes Evan's stomach churn. Evan's mind races with excuses, but none seem convincing enough. He can feel the clerk's eyes on him, but he doesn't dare make a move. The driver's hand, he notices, is resting in his jacket pocket, his fingers twitching slightly. The clerk, sensing the tension, clears his throat again. "You know, kid, there's a storm coming in. Might be safer if you stayed off the road for a while," he says, choosing his words carefully. The driver's face darkens. His smile disappears, replaced by an expression that's almost a sneer. He gives the clerk a cold look, one that practically screams, "Stay out of this." But the clerk stands firm, his eyes challenging the driver. Evan's heart pounds. He has to decide right now. Should he bolt for the back door, take the clerk's offer and risk whatever lies beyond in the darkness? Or should he get back into the truck, hoping he's wrong about the man and that he'll make it home safe? As if sensing his hesitation, the driver gives a slow, unsettling nod and gestures toward the door. "Well," he says, voice soft but dripping with menace. "Don't keep me waiting." Evan gulps, torn between fear and the primal urge to survive, knowing that whatever choice he makes could be his last. Evan's pulse thunders in his ears as he stares out the gas station's dusty window. The man sits in the truck, drumming his fingers rhythmically on the steering wheel, his gaze locked onto the station entrance. The drumming, steady and unrelenting, seems to echo through Evan's mind, urging him to hurry up. With each tap, the man's impatience feels more like a threat. The gas station clerk's voice cuts through the tension, startling Evan. "Careful out there, kid. Not everyone's what they seem." The clerk's tone is low and flat, his eyes shadowed by a mixture of concern and caution. Evan's gaze snaps to the clerk, searching his face for clues. Did he somehow know the man in the truck? Or was it just an instinctual warning, spoken from years of dealing with rough travelers and uneasy strangers? The vagueness of it gnaws at Evan, making him even more unsure of what he should do. Evan swallows hard, his throat dry. He thinks of every movie, every horror story he's ever heard where the main character ignores all the signs, all the warnings, and ends up in the worst-case scenario. He's practically living out that plotline now. One wrong move, and he could become just another tragic cautionary tale. He glances back at the truck and sees the driver lean forward, as if peering through the glass to spot him. The man's face, partially shadowed, seems colder than ever, his fingers tapping faster, his mouth a thin, humorless line. Evan knows he has a choice. He could go back to the truck and pretend nothing's wrong, hope that his fears are just paranoia and that he'll get home safely. Maybe he's overreacting. After all, who picks up a hitchhiker with ill intentions, especially near the holidays? But then he remembers the news report, the description, the scar. He can't ignore the feeling that the man sitting outside is more dangerous than he appears. "Hey," he says quietly, leaning toward the clerk. "Do you have a phone back here? Or is there a way out the back?" The clerk eyes him for a moment, measuring his words before nodding. "Yeah, there's a back exit," he mutters, his gaze flicking toward the truck outside. "Leads to a dirt path along the side of the road. Not much cover, but it might be safer than getting back in that truck. Evan nods, his stomach twisting. He could take the path, but what if the driver realizes he's gone and comes after him? They're in the middle of nowhere. If the man decided to pursue him, Evan would be on his own, with no one around to help. The clerk seems to sense his hesitation. "Look," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. "People come and go through here all the time. Some of them leave you feeling uneasy. But that one." He nods toward the truck. "Something's off. Don't ignore that feeling." Evan takes a deep breath, weighing his options. He could take the chance, slip out the back, and hope the man doesn't notice. Or he could confront his fear, step back into the truck, and pray it's just a terrible misunderstanding. As he stands there, torn, he catches the driver's gaze through the window. The man's eyes narrow, and he raises a hand, motioning impatiently for Evan to hurry up. There's an intensity in his eyes, a strange hunger that Evan can't quite place but feels deep in his bones. Evan clenches his fists, his mind racing. He knows that no matter what he chooses, he'll have to act quickly and decisively. Evan's hands tremble as he tries to steady his breathing. He glances at the clerk one last time, hoping for reassurance, but the man only gives a slow, cautious nod toward the back exit, as if urging him to make his escape. It's a silent confirmation that Evan's fear isn't unfounded. The clerk, too, senses something dark about the stranger waiting outside. He feels trapped in a terrible dilemma. He could leave now, slip into the night and risk the unknown dangers of the deserted stretch of road, hoping the truck's engine won't roar to life and come after him. Or he could get back into the vehicle and put himself at the mercy of a man who, if he truly is the escaped convict, might have plans far worse than leaving him stranded. His gaze drifts back toward the truck, where the driver's patience seems to be wearing thin. The man's fingers, still drumming on the wheel, grow more aggressive. He opens the door slightly, leaning out, his cold eyes squinting as he looks directly at the station door, almost daring Evan to step out. The pressure builds, a thick, almost tangible tension that makes the air feel heavy and difficult to breathe. Just then, Evan's phone vibrates faintly in his pocket, a reminder that he's still connected to something outside of this nightmare. With shaking hands, he pulls it out, only to see that it's low on battery. But then a tiny flicker of hope appears. A single bar of reception has come back. It's weak and flickering, but it's enough to send a quick message. Evan's thumbs hover over the screen, typing out a desperate message to a friend back home: "I'm in trouble. At a gas station on Route 17. Scary driver, might be the escaped convict on the news. Help." He hits send, praying it will go through. The bar flickers, then disappears, leaving him in an even deeper sense of isolation. He waits, heart pounding, staring at the screen in a desperate hope for a response, a notification, anything. The bell above the door jingles loudly as the clerk grabs something from under the counter, a flashlight, and slides it over to Evan. "Take it," he whispers, his voice barely audible. "You're gonna need it if you're going out back." Evan nods, clutching the flashlight like a lifeline. He knows now he can't go back to that truck. Every instinct is screaming at him to get as far away as possible from the man who waits outside, his shadow growing longer and darker with each passing second. Taking a deep breath, he heads toward the back exit, glancing over his shoulder to see if the driver has noticed. Through the front window, he catches a glimpse of the man climbing out of the truck, his movements slow and deliberate as he steps into the dim gas station light. The man's expression is unreadable, but his posture is tense, as if he's getting ready for something Evan doesn't want to stick around to find out. Evan pushes open the back door as quietly as possible and slips into the cool night air. The darkness stretches around him, thick and silent, broken only by the faint glow from the flashlight. The side road is nothing more than a narrow dirt path winding away from the station, flanked by dense trees and shadows that seem to shift with every step he takes. He knows he needs to move quickly, but his footsteps feel painfully loud on the gravel. He forces himself not to look back, focusing instead on putting as much distance as possible between himself and the gas station. Yet, every few seconds, he glances over his shoulder, half expecting to see the man's dark silhouette looming behind him. Then, from the distance, he hears the truck's engine rumble to life, and his heart seizes. The sound is unmistakable, cutting through the quiet night like a warning. The driver has realized he's gone. The headlights flood the parking lot, sweeping over the gas station and casting harsh beams of light that illuminate the road ahead. Evan ducks into the trees, barely daring to breathe as he watches the truck pull away from the gas station, its headlights scanning the area. It moves slowly, almost methodically, as if the driver is searching for him. Evan's mind races. He's still close to the road, but the forest offers cover, a shield from the driver's searching gaze. He hunkers down behind a tree, holding his breath as the truck creeps along the road, its headlights slicing through the darkness. The truck slows, stopping just a few yards ahead, the engine idling as the driver seems to peer into the woods. Evan's heart hammers so loudly he fears the man might hear it. Seconds stretch into eternity as the truck sits there, unmoving, the headlights glaring into the dense trees. Finally, after what feels like an eternity, the engine revs, and the truck lurches forward, its tail lights growing smaller as it continues down the road. Evan doesn't move until he can no longer see the glow of the headlights. Only then does he let out the breath he's been holding, his entire body trembling with relief and adrenaline. But as he begins to make his way deeper into the woods, a chilling thought strikes him: the man could come back, could double around, searching the area until he finds him. He can't stay here, not with the threat of being discovered hanging over him like a shadow. He has to keep moving, find shelter, or somehow reach someone who can help. Evan steadies himself, the fear still pulsing through him, and sets off through the darkness, determined to escape the nightmare that has only just begun. Evan knows he can't waste another second. The fear pulsing through him has sharpened his instincts. He quickly leans over the counter and whispers to the clerk, "Call the police. Tell them there's an escaped convict outside." The clerk nods, his face pale, reaching for the phone as Evan slips through a side door that leads into the night. Cold air hits him like a slap, and he stifles a shiver as he scans his surroundings. Just behind the gas station, a narrow path leads toward a dense, shadowy patch of woods. With no other option, he bolts, hoping the trees will offer him enough cover to escape unseen. Evan sprints down the gravel path, his footsteps loud in the otherwise still night, but he can't risk slowing down. Adrenaline pumps through his veins, every nerve on edge as he glances over his shoulder. The gas station lights grow smaller behind him, the darkness of the woods closing in, its shadows stretching out like reaching hands. He pushes through the first row of trees, branches scraping at his arms and face as he dives deeper into the woods. His breaths come in ragged gasps, but he presses on, the only sounds his racing heart and the wind rustling through the trees. But then a noise. Footsteps. Heavy boots crunching on gravel. Evan freezes, terror rooting him in place. The sound grows louder, closer. A cold chill prickles down his spine as a familiar voice calls out, low and mocking, slicing through the silence like a knife. Evan, the man's voice drips with menace, stretching out his name. "I'm not finished talking to you yet." Evan's pulse races. He glances around, searching desperately for somewhere to hide. He spots a thick cluster of bushes to his right and dives behind them, crouching low, trying to steady his breathing. Every muscle in his body tenses as he waits, listening. The footsteps continue, slow and deliberate, drawing nearer. The driver's voice floats through the trees, calm and almost conversational, but laced with a sinister edge. "You think you're clever, huh?" the man sneers. "Running off like that? But there's nowhere to go, Evan. Nowhere to hide." Evan bites down on his lip, his chest rising and falling with shallow breaths. He knows the man is taunting him, trying to flush him out, and the thought fills him with a sickening dread. His mind races, running through his options, but he's paralyzed, caught in the web of the man's voice. The footsteps slow, coming to a stop just a few yards from where Evan hides. Through the gaps in the branches, he can see the man's silhouette, a tall, imposing figure, illuminated faintly by the moonlight filtering through the trees. The driver's head tilts, scanning the area as if he can sense exactly where Evan is hiding. For a brief, terrible moment, Evan thinks he's been spotted. His muscles ache from the tension, and he forces himself to remain absolutely still, barely daring to breathe. Then, to his horror, the man starts moving closer, his boots crunching against leaves and broken branches. Evan's heart races, hammering so loudly he's afraid the man will hear it. He clutches a nearby rock, ready to throw it as a distraction, but his hand trembles as he tries to steel himself. The driver stops again, close enough that Evan can see the glint of his scar in the moonlight. The man lets out a slow, dark chuckle that seems to echo through the woods. "Come on, kid," he whispers, his voice carrying an icy calmness. "This'll go a lot easier if you don't make me drag you out." A twig snaps, and Evan flinches, involuntarily shifting his weight. He freezes, praying the man hasn't noticed. But the driver's head snaps in his direction, his eyes narrowing. A twisted smile crosses his face. "There you are," he mutters, taking a step forward. Panic surges through Evan. His mind races, scrambling for a way out as the man closes in, his footsteps slow and predatory. He can't stay hidden any longer, he has to run. With a sudden burst of courage, Evan springs up from the bushes and takes off, darting deeper into the forest. He hears the driver's shout behind him, an angry, guttural sound that cuts through the air like a whip. "Get back here." Evan doesn't look back. He crashes through the underbrush, his feet pounding against the uneven ground, adrenaline propelling him forward as he dodges trees and leaps over fallen branches. The darkness presses in on him, disorienting, but he pushes himself onward, knowing that stopping means certain danger. Behind him, the man crashes through the trees, his footsteps heavy, relentless. Evan's lungs burn, his legs ache, but he doesn't dare slow down. He knows that if the man catches him, there will be no escaping this time. Branches whip against Evan's face as he plunges deeper into the forest, his breaths coming in sharp, painful gasps. He can hear the man behind him, crashing through the trees like a relentless predator. Every step feels heavier, and his mind races with the terrifying reality that he's only one wrong step away from being caught. The trees close in around him, their looming silhouettes forming dark walls that block out what little light there is. His eyes strain to adjust, but the darkness seems to thicken with every step. His foot slips on a hidden patch of mud, and he nearly falls, catching himself on a tree at the last second. Behind him, the driver's voice echoes through the forest, taunting him with a sinister amusement. "You're just making this harder on yourself, Evan," the man shouts, his tone laced with cruel patience. "You think you can run all night?" Evan's heart pounds, his muscles screaming as he pushes himself forward, feeling every scrape and bruise from the branches clawing at his arms and legs. He can't afford to think about the pain or the exhaustion setting in. All he can think about is getting as far away from the man as possible. He ducks under a low-hanging branch, nearly stumbling again, and catches a glimpse of something through the trees, a faint glimmer of light. He squints, his heart leaping with a desperate hope. It's hard to tell in the darkness, but it looks like the faint glow of a road or a clearing up ahead. If he can reach it, he might have a chance to find help or at least lose the man in the open space. But just as he shifts course toward the light, he hears a new sound, the unmistakable metallic click of a knife being drawn. The noise sends a jolt of terror through him, freezing him in his tracks for a split second. "Evan," the driver calls, his voice low and dripping with malice. You think you can hide from me? I'll find you. I always do. Panic flares in Evan's chest as he realizes the man isn't just pursuing him, he's hunting him, savoring the chase. He forces his legs to move, his body screaming in protest as he dashes toward the clearing. The light grows brighter, and he can see the outline of what might be a small road or a path ahead, partially hidden by the trees. The footsteps behind him grow louder, closer. Evan feels the man's presence like a shadow, lurking just beyond his line of sight. He knows he can't outrun him forever, but he has to try. Finally, he breaks through the last row of trees and stumbles into the clearing. The moonlight spills over him, illuminating the narrow dirt road stretching out to his left and right. He frantically looks both ways, searching for any sign of a passing car, but the road is silent and deserted. Desperation takes hold. He knows he has seconds, maybe less, before the man catches up. His eyes dart around, searching for a place to hide, when he spots an old drainage pipe lying partially hidden in the tall grass on the side of the road. It's rusted and narrow, but it might be enough to conceal him for a moment. Without thinking, Evan dives toward the pipe, crawling inside just as he hears the heavy footsteps enter the clearing. He presses himself against the cold, damp metal, trying to slow his breathing, hoping the shadows will conceal him. Through the narrow opening, he sees the man emerge from the trees, his scarred face twisted in frustration. The driver's eyes scan the clearing, searching, his knife glinting in the moonlight as he takes a few slow, deliberate steps. He pauses just a few feet from the pipe, his gaze sweeping over the tall grass. "Come on out, Evan," the man says softly, his tone coaxing, almost gentle. "We both know you can't hide forever." Evan's heart pounds so loudly he's sure the man can hear it. He bites down on his lip, forcing himself to stay still, to resist the urge to bolt. The driver's footsteps crunch closer, each step bringing him nearer to the pipe. Evan squeezes his eyes shut, barely daring to breathe. The man's boots stop directly in front of the pipe. Evan can see the driver's legs through the grass, inches from his hiding spot. The man bends down slightly, his eyes narrowing as he inspects the ground, his gaze lingering on the pipe for a moment. Evan feels the blood drain from his face. He presses himself further into the shadows, willing himself to become invisible, his entire body tense with fear. The man's eyes narrow, and for a horrible moment, it seems as though he's about to reach in and drag Evan out. But then, somewhere in the distance, the faint sound of an approaching engine breaks the silence. A car, heading down the road. The man straightens, his head snapping toward the sound. He curses under his breath, casting one last lingering glance at the pipe before reluctantly stepping away, disappearing back into the trees. Evan waits, his whole body trembling, as the car's headlights sweep over the clearing, illuminating the road. He listens, heart pounding, until he's certain the man is gone. Only then does he crawl out of the pipe, stumbling toward the road and frantically waving his arms as the car approaches. The car slows, and a concerned driver rolls down the window. Evan barely manages to explain the situation, his voice shaking with relief and fear. As he climbs into the car, he glances back at the dark line of trees, half expecting to see the man's scarred face watching him from the shadows. But the road remains empty as the car pulls away, leaving the nightmare behind. As Evan crouches behind an old stack of firewood near the edge of the gas station, his heart hammers so loudly he's sure it'll give him away. His breath is shallow, almost non-existent, as he presses his back against the cold wood, hoping he's out of sight. The faint glow of the gas station lights does little to illuminate the surrounding darkness, and the woods seem to pull him in with their dense shadows. The footsteps grow closer, crunching rhythmically on the gravel, stopping, and then starting again. The driver calls out, his voice a low, taunting drawl, "Come on, Evan. I know you're close." There's a twisted pleasure in the man's tone, as if this is a game, a hunt he's enjoying. Evan's muscles tense, his entire body frozen in terror. He knows that if he so much as twitches, the driver will see him. The only thing between him and this strange, scarred man is the silence of the night and the shadows that seem all too thin. Then, the footsteps stop. An eerie, total silence blankets the area, and Evan swears he can hear the faint sound of the man's breathing. Seconds pass like hours. Evan squeezes his eyes shut, praying the man will lose interest, but instead, he hears him mutter darkly to himself. Words drift on the breeze, but they're faint and disjointed, as though he's talking to someone who isn't there. Always hiding, aren't they? Can't hide forever. A few more seconds pass, and then there's the sound of footsteps retreating. Evan feels the icy grip of fear loosening ever so slightly. He dares to exhale, but before he can move, the driver speaks once more, his voice drifting from somewhere nearby, almost a whisper carried on the night air. "I'll be waiting, Evan. You can't stay hidden forever." A shiver runs down Evan's spine. The footsteps fade completely, swallowed by the darkness. Evan remains hidden, his mind racing. He considers bolting to the gas station for help, but he's gripped by a chilling thought: is the driver really gone? Or is he watching, waiting for me to make a move? Just as he's about to risk a glance around a corner, he catches sight of something on the ground, a shadow that wasn't there before, shifting slightly in the dim light. His heart stops as he realizes that the driver is crouched just around the corner, lying in wait. The road stretched out before them, a ribbon of asphalt winding through empty fields and thick, towering trees. The headlights of passing cars had dwindled hours ago, leaving Liam and Evan alone on the dark highway. Their shoes scraped against the gravel as they trudged along, each mile adding weight to their steps. Their cross-country adventure had been thrilling at first, a whirlwind of small towns, fast food joints, and distant horizons. But now, with the moon high and their spirits low, the excitement had faded into exhaustion. "Man, we should have just saved up for a bus ticket," Liam muttered, glancing at his friend. Evan shrugged, trying to keep the mood light despite his aching feet. "Hey, come on. What's a road trip without a little hardship?" "We'll find a ride soon," Evan said, his voice betraying his own weariness. Just as hope was starting to flicker out, they saw it, the glow of distant headlights cutting through the darkness behind them. They turned, each lifting a hopeful thumb, waving a little in a silent plea. The rumble of an engine grew louder, and to their surprise, the vehicle slowed. The shape took form, a massive semi-truck, gleaming under the moonlight as it rolled to a stop beside them. The driver's door swung open, and a man leaned out, his face partially shadowed beneath a worn baseball cap pulled low over his forehead. He looked to be in his 50s, with a short, grizzled beard and a gentle, almost fatherly smile. "Need a lift, boys?" he asked, his voice deep but friendly. Liam and Evan exchanged glances, relief washing over them. The man looked like he could have been someone's dad, ordinary, approachable, with the kind of warmth that made them feel safe even in the dead of night. "We're headed to the next big city, if that's okay," Liam replied, his tone hopeful but cautious. The man nodded, motioning toward the passenger door. "Climb in. I'll get you boys there. Long road ahead, and I could use the company." Gratefully, they scrambled up into the truck, the door closing with a satisfying thud. The cabin was spacious, filled with the familiar scent of leather and motor oil, and in the back was a cozy sleeper cab. Liam and Evan settled into the seats, finally able to relax, the hum of the truck's engine soothing their frayed nerves. The driver glanced over at them with a gentle smile before fixing his gaze back on the road. "Just call me whatever you like. Doesn't much matter to me." In that moment, his face was cast in the glow of the dashboard lights, and they caught a glimpse of something hard to place, like an unsettling glint that faded just as quickly as it appeared. But they were too tired to dwell on it. Grateful for the ride, they leaned back, watching the endless stretch of road before them. Soon, The soft rumble of the engine and the lull of the road overcame their exhaustion. With their nerves finally settled, their eyes grew heavy, and they drifted off, trusting the stranger to carry them safely through the night. If only they had known what waited for them when they woke up. The truck hummed steadily as it glided along the empty highway, its headlights piercing the darkness. Inside, the low hum of the engine was like a lullaby, drawing Liam and Evan deeper into the comfort of sleep. The driver, barely glancing at them, kept his eyes fixed ahead, one hand resting on the wheel, his expression calm and almost vacant. The road, which had stretched on like a thin, dark thread for hours, rolled on under the wheels, unchanged and unbroken. Just before drifting off completely, Liam heard the driver's voice, soft but resonant, drifting through the cabin. "It's a long road, boys. Roads like these, they never seem to end, do they?" Liam, too drowsy to respond, just nodded, the words barely registering in his sleepy mind. There was something haunting about the way the driver spoke, his tone almost as if he were talking to himself. But exhaustion won out, and the warmth of the cabin pulled him into sleep, leaving behind only an eerie echo of the driver's voice lingering in his mind. Hours later, a soft breeze stirred. Liam's eyes fluttered open, his body stiff from sleep, the faint, unfamiliar smell of pine filling his senses. He glanced around, blinking against the dim light that now seeped into the cabin. Evan was already stirring beside him, rubbing his eyes and looking around with confusion. The air felt different, colder, heavier, as if they had been transported somewhere far from where they had started. Where are we?" Liam asked, his voice groggy as he stretched his legs, which felt cramped from the confined sleeper cab. Evan sat up, squinting out the window. They were surrounded by thick, shadowed trees, the truck parked on a narrow road that wasn't on any map they'd seen. The truck was completely still, the engine silent, and the only sounds were the rustling of leaves outside and the distant call of an owl. "Where's the driver?" Evan whispered, unease threading through his voice. They both leaned forward, peering into the front cabin, but it was empty. The driver's seat was eerily still, his belongings nowhere in sight, and the dashboard clock, flashing 3 a.m., felt like an ominous reminder of how much time had passed. Neither of them could remember stopping or the truck pulling over. He must have stepped out," Liam suggested, but his voice lacked conviction. There was something unsettling about the driver just disappearing, leaving them alone in a place they didn't recognize. Evan reached for his phone to check for a signal, but his screen showed a blank bar, no reception, no connection to the outside world. His heart pounded faster as he looked out at the dense trees, the darkness pressing in on them like an unwelcome presence. What kind of trucker just leaves his truck in the middle of nowhere? Evan muttered, growing more anxious with each passing second. They decided to get out and look around, hoping to find some sign of the driver or even just to get their bearings. The night air was chilly, the ground beneath them damp and littered with fallen leaves. The road was narrow and isolated, with no visible landmarks, just an endless stretch of trees cloaked in shadows. "Hello," Liam called out, his voice echoing back to him, swallowed by the forest. Only silence responded, a deep and suffocating stillness. After a few moments, they circled back to the truck, where they found something that made their blood run cold. In the dirt near the front wheel, half buried under a thin layer of leaves, lay a single, scuffed boot. Evan's breath caught as he stared at it, and a chill ran down his spine. It looked exactly like the boot the truck driver had been wearing when they'd first climbed in. But there was no other trace of him, no tracks leading away from the truck, no sign of struggle, just that lone, abandoned boot, as if he had vanished into thin air. Let's get back in the truck," Liam whispered, his voice trembling. "Maybe he's just messing with us. Maybe he'll come back." But they both knew how unlikely that was. The trucker's voice was low, a soft hum against the rhythm of the road, steady and calm. "Where you boys headed?" he asked, glancing over at them in the rearview mirror. "We're headed up north, towards Vermont," Liam replied, trying to keep the conversation light, despite the odd feeling that had begun to settle over him. The trucker nodded, his eyes back on the road. "That's so. You two taking the scenic route, huh?" "Something like that," Evan said with a chuckle, trying to mask his discomfort. There was something about the trucker's tone that felt off, his voice smooth but distant, like he wasn't entirely present in the conversation. The trucker nodded again, his hands on the wheel steady. "Long drives like this can get lonely," he mused. "I've been doing it for years. You boys ever pick up hitchhikers before?" Liam shook his head, glancing at Evan, who shifted uneasily in his seat. "Nah, never had the chance." "You're pretty used to it, huh?" The trucker gave a nonchalant shrug. "You get used to a lot of things out here." He didn't elaborate further. There was a long, awkward pause before Liam ventured, "So, what's your name, anyway?" The trucker's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror again. A brief, inscrutable smile flashed across his face, but it vanished before Liam could catch it. "Just call me whatever you like," the trucker said, his voice thick with something Liam couldn't quite place. Evan shot Liam a look, both of them puzzled. But the trucker's calm demeanor was infectious, and the tension that had crept into the truck seemed to dissipate. Maybe it was the long night or the weight of the miles ahead, but they let it go. It didn't seem important. He was just another trucker, after all. Falling asleep. The engine's hum was hypnotic. It wrapped around them like a blanket, the road beneath them a steady pulse. The lights outside flickered by in a blur, the night closing in around the truck, thick and suffocating. The trucker's occasional murmur was the only sound breaking the quiet, but even his words seemed to fade, swallowed by the deep rhythm of the highway. Liam's eyelids grew heavier with every passing minute. Evan, too, seemed to sink into the quietude of the truck's interior, the faint smell of worn leather mingling with the scent of stale air. The windows were cracked just enough to let in a cool breeze, but even that felt distant, like it was happening to someone else. "I'm gonna try to get some sleep," Liam muttered, his voice thick with exhaustion. "Yeah, me too," Evan replied, his head already tilting towards the window, the steady sway of the truck already lulling him into a stupor. The rhythmic bumping of the wheels on the road beneath them, the truck's engine vibrating through the seats, the monotonous hum of the tires on asphalt, it all blended together, becoming one long, continuous lullaby. Before Liam knew it, his eyes closed, his body growing heavy as the truck carried them farther and farther away from everything they knew. The last thing he remembered was the soft sound of the trucker's humming, something haunting in the tune, but it faded as quickly as it began. In an instant, they were both asleep, lost to the world outside, unaware that the night was about to take a turn for the worse. Liam was the first to stir. The deep rumble of the engine had faded, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if he was still dreaming. His eyelids fluttered open, and he groggily glanced around the cab. The air was cooler now, a damp chill hanging in the air. Something didn't feel right. He sat up, rubbing his eyes. The truck had stopped, its engine now silent. A glance at the clock on the dashboard showed it was just after 3 a.m. But they had been driving for hours, so how had time passed so quickly? Evan was still asleep beside him, his head tilted awkwardly against the window, snoring lightly. Liam shook him gently. "Evan, wake up." Evan stirred but didn't fully awaken. Liam glanced around again, trying to get his bearings. The road outside the truck's window looked unfamiliar, darker, more overgrown. There were no streetlights here, no signs of civilization. They had been driving through a stretch of highway with little to no traffic, but this felt wrong. The trees outside were thicker, casting shadows that seemed to move unnaturally in the dim light of the truck's headlights. The road looked empty, almost abandoned. No cars in sight. No lights. Liam's heart rate quickened as a wave of unease washed over him. He looked at the dashboard. The truck was still idling, its engine warm but not running. Where was the trucker? He glanced back at the sleeper compartment. The driver's seat was empty. Liam blinked and rubbed his eyes again. What the hell, he muttered to himself. Where's he gone? Suddenly, Evan jolted awake, his eyes wide and disoriented. What's going on? He asked, looking around, his voice thick with confusion. I don't know, Liam replied, his voice tinged with panic. The trucker's gone. We've stopped, and I don't know where we are. Evan's face shifted from confusion to alarm as he looked around, his eyes settling on the empty driver's seat. What the hell? He was just here, wasn't he? We were all sleeping. Liam nodded, still trying to process what was happening. I don't remember anything after falling asleep. I thought we were just driving through the night, but now it's like we're in some kind of different place. They both scrambled out of the truck and stood by the side of the road, staring out into the thick woods surrounding them. The highway stretched on, dark and endless, but there were no signs of any nearby towns or exits. The air felt thick, pressing in on them, and the silence was deafening. Where are we? Evan asked, his voice barely a whisper, his breath visible in the cold night air. This isn't right. This isn't the way we were supposed to go. Liam glanced back at the truck. The doors were locked. We have to get moving, he said, his voice shaky. Maybe we can walk to the next exit, figure this out. Evan's eyes darted back to the woods. I don't know, man. Something's not right. This doesn't feel like any place we've been. They stood there for a moment, the dread crawling under their skin. The sense of isolation in the air was suffocating, and the eeriness of the dark, empty road seemed to stretch on forever, making it hard to shake the feeling that something or someone was watching them. Waking up alone, Liam's eyes fluttered open first, the familiar hum of the truck engine still reverberating in his chest. He stretched, groggily running a hand through his hair, and looked around. It was silent, unnervingly so. The rhythmic rumble of the road that had been there before was gone, replaced by an eerie stillness. His heart began to race as his gaze settled on the empty driver's seat. He blinked, certain that he had to be mistaken. But no, the seat was undeniably vacant. No trucker, no cab, no tired old man behind the wheel. Just an empty, motionless cab. Liam's breath hitched, and he turned toward Evan, who was still asleep beside him. Gently shaking him awake, Liam muttered, Evan, wake up, something's wrong. Evan stirred, his eyes flickering open, and then widened in confusion. What's going on? Where's the driver? The two of them looked around the truck, but there was no trace of the man who had offered them a ride. Not even a sign he had ever been there. No jacket on the seat, no cup of coffee left behind, no faint smell of cologne or cigarette smoke. The cab was eerily clean, almost too clean, like it had never been occupied at all. The silence between them grew thick, as the weight of the situation set in. They had no idea how long they had been asleep. The truck was still running, but the world outside felt wrong, like they had somehow stepped into a different place altogether. The location shock, a growing unease gnawed at Liam's stomach as he reached for the door and climbed out. The cool night air hit him in waves, sharp against his skin. He stepped out onto the roadside and froze. Where were they? The road stretched endlessly in both directions, but nothing seemed familiar. The highway was deserted, no cars in sight, no lights on the horizon, just vast, unbroken darkness. He looked at the landscape around him. The trees seemed to stretch forever, tall and unnaturally still. The woods that bordered the road were silent, the kind of quiet that made his skin crawl. There were no houses, no gas stations, no signs of civilization. What the hell? Evan muttered behind him, stepping out of the truck, his voice strained with disbelief. "We're supposed to be heading north, right? This doesn't look like anywhere near where we were." Liam's pulse quickened as he squinted into the night. They had been heading toward a city up north, a route they'd followed without incident. But now, as far as he could see, the road seemed to vanish into thick, impenetrable woods. A glance at the road signs did nothing to help. They were completely different, unfamiliar, as though they were in a completely different state. The numbers and names on the signs didn't match anything they'd passed, and the map in their phone refused to load, as if they weren't even connected to the grid anymore. "This isn't possible," Liam muttered, his voice tight with panic. He turned back to the truck, hoping to see some sign of the driver. But the cab was still empty, as though he had never been there at all. Evan let out a shaky breath. "We're miles off course, Liam. How the hell did this happen? We didn't stop, we didn't take any detours." "Something isn't right," Liam said, his voice barely above a whisper. His heart raced faster, the sensation of being utterly lost in a place they didn't belong pressing in on him. The woods closed in around them, as if they were being drawn deeper into the unknown. The struggle to remember, Liam's mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. He turned back to the truck, hoping that something would offer an explanation, some clue that they hadn't just fallen into a nightmare. But the truck was as still and lifeless as the woods around them. Evan stepped closer, his face pale and drawn, his voice shaking. "Liam, do you remember anything about the driver?" Evan asked. "Anything at all?" Liam shook his head, his stomach tightening. I remember him being friendly. He seemed nice, didn't he? But, he never told us his name. And, his face." Liam paused, frowning. "I don't know. I can't really picture it." Evan's expression darkened. "Yeah, me neither. It's like he wasn't even real. Just a voice, a body behind the wheel. I don't remember any details. I can't even picture his eyes." Liam's skin prickled. It was as though their memories of the trucker had been wiped clean, as if he had never existed in the first place. The unsettling thought gnawed at him, what if he really wasn't real? The road to nowhere, a deep sense of unease settled in as they began walking down the road, hoping to find something that would make sense of this bizarre situation. They checked their phones again, but there was still no signal, not even a hint of bars. Evan muttered angrily as he tapped at his screen, frustration mounting. "How is this possible? We should have been able to get a signal by now." The two friends walked for what felt like hours, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. The landscape seemed endless, identical trees, the same stretches of asphalt, and not a single car in sight. They passed nothing. No sign of life. No indication of where they were, or even what direction they were heading. The emptiness stretched on, more suffocating with each passing minute. Each turn of the road, each glimpse into the endless horizon, only deepened their confusion. The sense of being trapped in an endless loop weighed heavily on them. "Liam," Evan said, his voice strained. I don't think we're going in the right direction. We should have seen something by now. Some sign. We should have seen a town or another car, something." Liam nodded, the gnawing feeling of dread in his gut growing stronger. The landscape felt wrong. The trees looked too dark, the silence too deep. It was as if they were stuck in a place that didn't belong on any map. A shadow in the distance, at the edge of the road, something caught Liam's eye, something that didn't belong. A shadow, too dark against the trees, standing unnaturally still in the distance. At first, he thought it was a person, but the shape was too vague, too out of place. He stopped in his tracks, a cold shiver running up his spine. Evan followed his gaze, his eyes squinting. "What the hell is that?" he whispered. Liam's heart thudded in his chest as the shadow seemed to move, shifting slightly as though watching them. The air around them grew colder, the wind picking up just enough to send a chill down their spines. Evan looked at him, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and disbelief. "I'm not going near that," he said, his voice shaking. "Let's get back to the truck." Liam was about to agree when he heard something, a soft, barely audible sound. A whisper, just at the edge of hearing. He couldn't make out the words, but the tone, it sounded too familiar. "Liam," Evan said, voice trembling. "Let's go, now." They turned, and with every step they took, the whisper seemed to follow, lingering in the wind. It was a faint, distant sound, but it felt as though someone was right behind them, breathing down their necks. Back at the truck, as they returned to the truck, it felt even more lifeless than before, if that was possible. There were no tracks in the dirt around it, no sign that anyone had been near it for hours. The doors were still locked, and the driver's seat remained empty, untouched. Evan climbed back inside, his movements quick and nervous. "What are we supposed to do now? We can't just keep walking forever. We need help." Liam nodded, trying to force some kind of logic into the situation. "We'll drive, we'll head for the nearest town. There's got to be someone out there." He started the engine, his hands shaking, and the truck sputtered to life. But as he gripped the steering wheel, Liam glanced at the rearview mirror and froze. In the reflection, he saw it. For a brief moment, the shadow from the woods was there, standing just outside the truck. Not a person, not a figure, but a presence, lurking in the corner of the mirror, its shape flickering like it didn't quite belong. The reflection vanished in an instant, leaving him staring at nothing but the empty road behind them. Trying to recall the driver, Liam and Evan stood by the truck in stunned silence, the cold air biting at their skin. Their minds raced as they tried to piece together anything they could remember about the trucker. They had been talking to him for hours, hadn't they? But now, the details were slipping through their minds like sand through their fingers. "Can you picture his face?" Liam asked, his voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking too loudly might shatter the fragile thread of reality they were clinging to. Evan shook his head slowly, brow furrowed. "No. I remember his voice, but it's like it's fading. It's not clear anymore. His face, it's just a blur." They stared at each other, both unnerved by the lack of clarity. Had he even had a face? Had they made him up in their exhaustion? No, they couldn't have. They had shared stories, laughed, talked about their plans for the trip, but now those moments felt like they belonged to someone else's life. His eyes. "I can't even remember the color," Evan muttered, rubbing his temples as if the act of trying harder would help piece the fragments back together. Liam swallowed hard, his stomach twisting. It wasn't just his face. It was his clothes, too. The trucker had been wearing a cap, no, a baseball cap, but what had it said on it? He couldn't remember. And his jacket, had it been leather, or something else? They couldn't grasp even the smallest details, and the more they tried, the more disorienting it became. A wave of panic began to rise within them, pushing against their chest like a physical force. It was as if the trucker had never existed at all. What if he hadn't been real? Searching for clues. Evan, still shaking his head in disbelief, climbed back into the truck and began rifling through the front seat. His fingers brushed against cold metal and cracked plastic as he searched the glove compartment, desperate for anything that might explain what had happened. "Maybe we can find something to help us figure this out," he said, more to himself than to Liam. Liam followed him inside, feeling like he was moving through a dream, his mind unable to comprehend how they had gotten here. His eyes scanned the truck's interior, dark, cluttered with empty water bottles, fast food wrappers, and a few scattered papers, but nothing familiar. No wallet, no ID, no trace of the trucker's identity. Not a single clue to show who he had been. Liam's hands trembled as he pulled out a worn, folded piece of paper from the glove compartment. It was an old map, yellowed and brittle with age. As he unfolded it, he immediately noticed something off. The map wasn't a standard road map. The streets were unfamiliar, the locations unmarked. "What is this?" Liam asked, his voice tight with confusion. He spread the map out on the dashboard, revealing strange symbols drawn in pencil circles, lines, and jagged marks, some of which seemed to follow no clear pattern. Evan leaned over, squinting at the map. "I don't recognize any of these roads." "What's with the symbols?" he murmured, tracing one of the lines with his finger. It seemed to stretch across several areas of the map, linking distant, unexplained points. "This isn't just a map of the highways," Liam said, his voice laced with dread. "It's something else. It's not real." They both stared at the symbols, the weight of their situation settling in. Nothing about this made sense. There were no markers for towns or cities, no signs of normal routes. Just these strange markings, as though the trucker had mapped out something, someone, or perhaps something else that existed beyond the road they knew. With nothing else to go on, they sat in silence, the realization sinking in that this ride had become something far more sinister than they could have imagined. The growing unease. As the weight of the situation pressed down on them, Liam and Evan stared at the map, the eerie symbol seemingly drawing them in. The silence in the truck felt suffocating, as if the air itself had thickened with each passing second. They had to make sense of what was happening, but nothing about the situation made logical sense. Evan took the map from Liam's hands, his eyes scanning it frantically. He ran his fingers along one of the lines, trying to match it up with the terrain outside. But no matter how hard he tried, the road before them didn't match anything on the map. The highways were all wrong, twisting in impossible angles, leading to places they had never seen before. Maybe it's some sort of old map," Evan suggested, his voice shaking, though he didn't believe the words himself. "Maybe it's not up to date. Could have been some old trucker's route from years ago or something." Liam shook his head, his thoughts clouded with dread. But why would he have it? And why would he mark these strange spots? There's no way this map is normal. Their head snapped to attention as a sudden, faint noise echoed through the truck. A soft, almost imperceptible scraping sound like nails dragging across metal. "Did you hear that?" Liam asked, his pulse quickening. Evan looked around, his eyes wide with sudden fear. "Yeah, what was that?" They both stood up abruptly, the truck rocking slightly with the sudden movement. They scoured the interior, looking for anything that could have made the sound. But there was nothing. And then, as if on cue, the lights inside the truck flickered, casting the interior in brief, unsettling bursts of shadow. Liam's heart thudded louder in his chest as he instinctively reached for the door handle, his nerves screaming for escape. Uncovering more clues. "Let's check the back," Evan suggested, though his voice trembled. "Maybe there's something back there, something we missed." Liam nodded, though every instinct told him not to. The back of the truck was a dark, unfamiliar space, filled with an odd assortment of items: tarps, crates, and what appeared to be stacks of old furniture. It was too quiet back there, too still. As Liam pulled open the door to the sleeper cab, his breath caught. There was something off about the space, something unnatural. The bed, though clearly lived in, had no sheets, no blankets, just a dark, damp stain near the headrest. His eyes drifted to the small window beside the bed. It was covered in dirt and grime, but there was something about it that made his stomach churn. On the glass, faint marks almost like fingerprints were smeared across it. But they didn't look like normal fingerprints. The ridges were too deep, the smudges far too large. "Evan," Liam called out quietly, his voice filled with unease. "Look at this." Evan stepped closer, inspecting the marks. "What the hell, that's not a human handprint." Those fingers, they're too long. A shiver ran down both of their spines. The marks on the glass were now undeniable. They weren't made by the trucker, not by anyone they could remember. They turned their attention back to the cab. Among the clutter in the corner, Liam noticed something, a small, rusted box that had been pushed out of sight. His curiosity pushed him forward. He opened the box carefully, revealing its contents, an assortment of old photographs. Liam picked one up, feeling a strange sense of recognition as he looked at it. It was a photo of a small town, a place he didn't recognize. But what made his skin crawl was the group of people standing in front of a truck, smiling broadly at the camera. Among them, one face stood out, a man wearing a baseball cap, standing next to an old semi-truck. The man was smiling, but his eyes were cold and hollow. "Evan, you need to see this." Liam's voice was hoarse. He handed the photograph over. Evan stared at the photo for a long moment, his breath catching in his throat. That's him. That's the trucker, but it doesn't make sense. He's in the photo, but this picture, it looks old. It doesn't add up." Liam's thoughts raced. If this is him, why does he look the same? Why does this photo look like it was taken years ago? They both felt it then, a growing sense of dread that clung to them like a shadow. They had thought they were simply lost, but this felt like something more. The trucker's sudden disappearance, the blurred details, the strange map, the fingerprints, everything pointed to something otherworldly. Something that didn't follow the normal rules of time or space. A terrifying discovery. As they stood in the back of the truck, the weight of the situation pressing down on them, they heard something else, faint, but unmistakable: footsteps. Liam's heart skipped a beat. Someone's out there. They rushed to the door, trying to peek out, but there was nothing. Just the dark road stretching endlessly into the night. The footsteps stopped. And then, to their horror, they heard a voice, low, gravelly, but unmistakably familiar. "Thanks for keeping me company. I'll see you down the road." The voice of the trucker. But where was he? Liam and Evan's panic deepens as they try to get their bearings. They pull out their phones, hoping to get a signal, but the screens remain blank, displaying only the dreaded no service message. The weight of isolation presses in on them, and a heavy silence settles around them. "Maybe we're just off the beaten path," Liam suggests, though even he can hear the uncertainty in his own voice. "We'll walk a bit and find someone, right?" With no other option, they begin walking down the endless road, the ground beneath their feet feeling colder with each step. They walk for what feels like hours, but every time they look back, the truck is still there, as if it had never moved. At first, they try to stay calm, hoping to stumble upon a sign or town. But soon, the realization hits them: every landmark they pass looks exactly the same: stretches of overgrown trees, faded road signs, an empty, desolate highway. No gas stations, no houses, no signs of life, just endless road. And yet, despite how long they've walked, they can't shake the feeling that they're going in circles. Every time a car approaches, it vanishes into the distance, as though swallowed by the darkness. Not a single one stops, and the headlights, once bright and hopeful, blur into nothing as soon as they turn their heads. They stop and look around. The world feels unnervingly still, as though time itself is playing tricks on them. The night has become more oppressive, more suffocating. What started as a strange occurrence now feels like a nightmare they can't escape. A sense of the supernatural. Liam's mind races, his thoughts spinning in panic. This isn't right," he mutters to himself, glancing around at the identical surroundings. He recalls hearing strange stories in passing, things about phantom truckers, about highways that lead to nowhere, where travelers are forever lost, their souls doomed to wander the same road. He swallows hard, trying to push the thought aside. There's no way. That's just folklore, man. Just a coincidence, right? But Evan isn't so sure. His eyes scan the trees, the road, as if looking for something that will explain all of this. He can feel it too, the creeping unease, the feeling of being watched. I don't know, Liam. Something's wrong here. Something's really wrong. As they continue walking, a faint noise breaks the silence. At first, it's barely audible, a whisper just beneath the rustling of leaves. Liam stops in his tracks, his heart racing. Did you hear that? Evan nods, his face pale. The sound, though faint, is unmistakable, low, almost rhythmic, like a voice murmuring, repeating words. The hair on the back of Evan's neck prickles. As the whisper grows louder, it becomes unmistakably familiar. It's the trucker's voice. The same gentle, calm voice that had once greeted them. But now, it's distorted, hollow, like an echo of something long dead. It's coming from the trees, from the darkened stretch of highway behind them. Liam's eyes widen as the reality begins to settle in. They didn't just hitch a ride, they had crossed into something else, something beyond their understanding. The trucker was more than he seemed, and the road they had been traveling was no ordinary highway. They try to ignore it, try to convince themselves they're imagining things, but the voice keeps growing louder, more insistent, as if calling them, beckoning them deeper into the forest, deeper into the endless loop. What the hell is happening? Liam whispers, the fear creeping into his voice. Evan trembles, his hand reaching out to grab Liam's arm. I don't think we're on the same road anymore. I don't think we're even in the same place. The whispers come closer, and the air grows colder still, as if something ancient and malevolent is closing in. Neither of them dares to look back at the truck, but the dread builds in their hearts, knowing that something is waiting for them in the darkness. The whispering doesn't stop. It seems to follow them, circling like a shadow just beyond their reach. Every step they take only brings them closer to it, yet further away from any escape. Liam's heart pounds in his chest as the voice, now indistinct, grows louder, more insistent. Evan begins to tremble visibly, his face pale as he clutches at Liam's sleeve. This isn't right, he mutters, almost to himself. We need to turn back. Now. Liam nods, feeling the creeping panic spread through him, but as they glance behind them, the road is the same. The same stretch of empty highway, the same twisted trees. The truck is gone, but there's no sign of any other cars or people, just the oppressive silence and the ever-encroaching whispers. You don't think, Liam starts, his voice faltering, you don't think we're, like, stuck somewhere, do you? Evan looks at him, his eyes wide with fear. Stuck. He swallows hard, his voice barely a whisper. I don't know, Liam. But I'm starting to think this isn't just a wrong turn. This feels like something else. The whispers grow louder. The voice that had once sounded like a distant, fading memory now seems to come from everywhere. It echoes off the trees, reverberating through the air, twisting into a cacophony that sounds more like a chant than words. Liam's head starts to spin, and he feels an overwhelming sense of vertigo, as if the ground beneath him is shifting. It's when the whispers start to take shape that everything becomes worse. He can hear individual words now, each one repeating over and over again. Go back, go back. His pulse quickens. What the hell is that? He looks at Evan, but his friend is too terrified to answer. Evan's gaze is locked somewhere far off in the distance, his body trembling with fear, his lips barely moving as he repeats, go back, go back. Suddenly, the air thickens. A cold, suffocating chill surrounds them, as if the very atmosphere is closing in. It's as if the road itself is watching them, waiting for them to make a choice they don't understand. Every step they take, the air grows colder, denser, like something is pressing in from all sides. Liam feels an icy breath on the back of his neck, his skin prickling as if someone is standing right behind him. He spins around, but there's nothing. No one. What is happening, Evan? Liam whispers, but Evan can barely respond. His voice shakes with a quiet, terrified awe. I don't know. It's like we're not here. We're not on the road anymore. The unseen presence. Just then, a sound breaks the silence, a soft, rhythmic thumping. It's faint at first, but it grows louder with each passing second. Like footsteps. But no one is walking. No one is there. The ground beneath them seems to vibrate, as if something enormous is moving just beneath the surface. They both freeze, their hearts hammering in their chests, as the footsteps draw nearer. The whispering, too, is no longer just in the air, it feels as though it's inside their minds. Liam's vision begins to blur. He blinks rapidly, trying to shake the dizziness, but the world around him shifts, distorting. The road seems to stretch out endlessly in both directions, but every direction feels wrong. The whispers begin to crescendo, now more distinct, as if a dozen voices are chanting the same phrase over and over: "They're coming, they're coming, they're coming." Evan's eyes widen with terror. "Liam, we have to go. Now." But Liam doesn't move. His eyes are fixed ahead, staring into the shadows that seem to shift unnaturally. Something is coming toward them, something they cannot see, but they both know it's there. It's close. Too close. Suddenly, Liam's phone rings. The loud, sharp sound breaks the tension, and they both freeze. The name on the screen is impossibly unknown. The hairs on the back of Liam's neck stand on end as he hesitates, his hand shaking as he answers. "Hello," he says, his voice barely above a whisper. A low, guttural laugh echoes from the other end, sending a chill down his spine. Then, the same voice, the trucker's voice, whispers into his ear, "I told you. I'd see you down the road." Nightfall approaches. The sky darkens quickly, and the woods surrounding the truck seem to close in, swallowing the last remnants of daylight. Liam and Evan, still in disbelief, return to the truck, the weight of their situation sinking in with every step. Their minds race as they hesitate for a moment, unsure if it's even safe to get back inside. But with nowhere else to go, they climb into the truck's cab, desperate to find some way out of this endless nightmare. As Liam inserts the key into the ignition, the truck roars to life, its engine thrumming to life in the silence of the night. The headlights cast long, eerie shadows across the road, and for a brief moment, they allow themselves to believe they might escape this madness. Then, in the quiet hum of the truck's interior, Evan glances into the rearview mirror. A cold chill sweeps over him as he freezes, his eyes locked on the reflection. In the dim light, a shadowy figure sits in the back of the cab, a figure that looks eerily familiar. It's him. The trucker. But his face is too dark to make out clearly, only the faintest outline of his smile can be seen, twisted and unsettling. Evan's heart races. "Liam, do you see that?" His voice cracks, barely a whisper. Liam turns to follow his gaze and catches a fleeting glimpse of the figure before it vanishes, as if it never existed. "Stop messing with me," Liam says, his voice shaking with fear. But the unease is palpable between them now, the silence between the two friends thick with dread. An unsettling realization. They both try to brush off the sight, but the air in the cab grows colder, heavier. As they prepare to pull onto the main road, their anxiety mounts, and their hands tremble on the wheel and gear shift. Suddenly, the truck lurches violently, the engine sputtering and then cutting off entirely. "What the hell?" Liam exclaims, his pulse quickening. He turns the key again, but the truck refuses to start. Frustration and panic begin to claw at them, but then, just as they're about to give up, something catches their attention, a slip of paper. It's resting on the dashboard, placed carefully in front of the steering wheel as if someone had deliberately left it there. Evan reaches for it, his fingers trembling as he unfolds the paper. Written in neat, handwritten script, the note reads, "Thanks for keeping me company. I'll see you down the road." His voice falters as he reads the words aloud, the chill in the air turning into a freezing rush of terror that seems to seep into their bones. This can't be real. How did it get here?" Evan whispers. Liam's breath catches in his throat as he scans the road in front of them, empty, desolate. No trucker. No vehicle. Just a dark, endless stretch of highway. "Let's just get out of here," Liam says urgently, trying again to start the engine. The truck sputters but doesn't respond. The note sits there, as though mocking them with its message, as if daring them to believe that the nightmare isn't over. And deep in their bones, they know the truth: it's never over. The truck's reluctance. The truck stalls again, refusing to budge, the engine letting out a soft, sputtering sound. Liam curses under his breath, slamming his hand against the wheel in frustration. Evan is staring out the windshield, his eyes wide with terror. He keeps scanning the darkness around him, expecting to see something, someone, anything, lurking just beyond the reach of the headlights. Where the hell did he go? Liam mutters, trying to start the truck again, but it's futile. The engine doesn't even turn over this time. The truck is dead. Evan's gaze darts nervously back to the rearview mirror, expecting to see the same shadow he saw earlier. This time, there's nothing there, just an empty reflection. But then, his heart skips a beat as a noise breaks the stillness, the faintest sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, approaching from behind the truck. Liam doesn't hear it at first, but Evan can feel the weight of the silence around them, pressing in on him, the way the air thickens just before a storm. "Liam, listen," he says, his voice strained. "Someone's out there." Liam looks at him, frustration mingling with fear. "We don't have time for this, Evan. We need to get moving." But Evan shakes his head, his eyes locked on the rearview mirror. "No, listen. I'm telling you, there's something out there. Someone's coming." The footsteps. Liam's face hardens with skepticism, but the second he turns to check the mirror, his stomach drops. The shadows around them are moving, twisting unnaturally, stretching toward the truck like the fingers of a hand. Then, the footsteps grow louder, and the truck's engine suddenly lurches forward without anyone touching it. It's as if some unseen force has taken control. Evan grabs Liam's arm, his voice a frantic whisper. "Look. Look in the mirror." Liam turns back to the mirror and freezes. There, just outside the truck's window, a figure steps into the pool of light cast by the headlights. He's tall, his face shrouded by darkness, but there's something disturbingly familiar about him. The silhouette of the trucker. Only now, his smile is gone. Replaced by something far more terrifying, an unnatural grin that stretches across his face, impossibly wide. "Do you see it now?" Evan's voice trembles. The realization. Liam's heart begins to pound. He slams his hands on the dashboard, trying desperately to start the truck again, but nothing happens. Panic seizes him as he watches the figure move closer. It's as if time is stretching, slowing down to a crawl, each second heavier than the last. Liam and Evan turn to each other, eyes wide with realization. They know it's not the trucker they met before. It's something else. Something worse. Suddenly, the figure stops at the edge of the truck, its presence suffocating and overwhelming. Its hollow, empty eyes stare directly at them through the rearview mirror. The only sound is the low, rasping hum of the truck's engine, still struggling to turn over. And then, the words come. A voice, cold and distant, fills the cab. "You shouldn't have taken the ride." The air inside the truck chills to freezing, and the world outside seems to disappear into an inky black void. The trees vanish, The road vanishes. It's as if the truck is suspended in some timeless space, a void of nothingness. The final moment. In a burst of adrenaline, Liam turns the key once more, and this time, the truck roars to life. The headlights flash, momentarily blinding them both. But when they look up again, the figure is gone. The truck is suddenly moving no longer under their control, but propelled by some unseen force. The road stretches endlessly before them, but the surroundings are changing, distorting. The trees seem to twist into grotesque shapes, the road bending in ways that defy logic. The truck speeds faster, the speedometer climbing, and Liam and Evan hold on for dear life as the truck hurtles forward. As the truck barrels down the highway, Evan glances down at the dashboard, and his blood runs cold. The note is gone. In its place, a new message appears in a thin, deliberate script. "I'll see you soon." The truck's speed continues to rise, and the darkness outside begins to warp. The last thing they hear is a low, ghostly laugh coming from somewhere just behind them, and the unmistakable sound of tires screeching as the world outside dissolves into chaos. They have no idea where they're headed now, only that the road is endless, and the driver, or whatever it is, isn't done with them yet. The silence between David and the hitchhiker is suffocating. The man next to him hasn't said a word since his cryptic statement, and now the only sound in the car is the rhythmic hum of the engine and the occasional creak of the worn-out suspension. David tries to shake the unease settling in his chest, forcing himself to focus on the road ahead, but the tension in the car is palpable. He glances sideways at the hitchhiker, who still hasn't moved, his face pale and sickly under the dim interior light. The man's hands are resting in his lap, his fingers twitching slightly. It's a small, involuntary movement, but it sends another wave of discomfort through David. His eyes flick to the rearview mirror, and again, he's struck by something off. What is it? The reflection in the mirror shows only David's face, illuminated by the soft glow of the dashboard lights. His own tired eyes stare back at him, wide with growing concern. But the hitchhiker? There's nothing. David blinks, thinking his tired eyes are playing tricks on him. He adjusts the rearview mirror slightly, angling it differently, as though the angle could somehow fix whatever he's seeing or not seeing. He's been driving for hours, after all. Maybe it's just the fatigue messing with his perception. But no. When he looks again, it's the same. The hitchhiker is sitting there, unnervingly still, but in the reflection, nothing. Not a trace of him. It's as if the man isn't even in the car at all. His heartbeat quickens. The hairs on the back of his neck prickle, and a cold sweat breaks out along his brow. David feels an odd, almost overwhelming urge to glance back, to turn his head and confirm that the man is still there beside him. But he fights it, keeping his focus straight ahead, his hands gripping the steering wheel with an intensity that feels almost painful. What the hell is happening? The tension in the air thickens. David's mind races. His first instinct is to pull over, to stop this madness right now and demand the man leave. But the road is still empty, the fog still thick, and the thought of leaving the car alone in this eerie silence, surrounded by nothing but mist, feels worse than continuing forward. David takes a deep breath and forces himself to speak, hoping that by breaking the silence, he can snap himself out of the growing panic in his chest. "So, where are you headed?" he asks, trying to keep his voice steady, but it trembles slightly, betraying his unease. The hitchhiker doesn't respond. Not a word, not a shift in posture, not even the faintest acknowledgement that David has spoken at all. His head remains slightly tilted, his eyes locked on the dark road outside, unmoving, unblinking. He looks lifeless. David stares at the rearview mirror again, hoping for some sign of the man's reflection. Still nothing. His stomach lurches. It's as if he's driving with a ghost. But that can't be possible. Suddenly, David feels a sharp, overwhelming sensation that the car is no longer entirely his own, that something beyond his control has taken hold of the space around him. He glances quickly at the mirror again, but this time, something catches his eye that makes his blood run cold. It's subtle at first. The faintest distortion in the glass. The reflection of the road behind him shimmers like a heat wave, warping the edges. The outlines of the trees blur, becoming smudged and indistinct. The reflection of his own face, his own image, becomes more defined, clearer, while the hitchhiker's presence remains absent, like a phantom slipping through the cracks of reality. David's mind races. His instincts scream at him to stop the car. To ask the hitchhiker to leave, to confront the impossibility of the situation. But he can't. He can't bring himself to do it. His hands are glued to the wheel, his foot pressing harder on the gas, as though by speeding up, he can outrun the mounting terror. Then, the hitchhiker speaks. His voice is cold, detached, almost hollow. "You're wondering why you can't see me in the mirror," he says, his voice so soft it might have been a whisper. It sends a shiver down David's spine. "You're wondering if this is real." David's throat tightens. The words send a ripple of fear through him, but he refuses to take his eyes off the road. What do you mean?" David forces out, his voice hoarse. He can feel the panic bubbling just beneath the surface, threatening to explode. The hitchhiker's lips barely move, but his eyes, those cold, dead eyes, are suddenly locked on David's reflection in the rearview mirror. The man's head is tilted even further, his neck stretching unnaturally to face David, though his body remains perfectly still in the seat beside him. "There's no need to look at the mirror anymore. It won't help you," the hitchhiker murmurs, his voice chillingly calm. David's grip on the steering wheel tightens, his knuckles white. The air around him feels colder, the fog outside thicker, as though the world itself is closing in. His breath quickens, his pulse pounding in his ears. He knows now. Deep in his gut, he knows. This isn't just a hitchhiker. This isn't just a ride. This is something far worse. Something he can't escape. Something that's been waiting for him.